Okay, thank you everybody, and welcome back. Hopefully everybody's well watered and enjoyed the refreshments. And now we're moving into the second set of presentations. So I'm going to hand it over to Ellie Kim, who's the Korea Studies Librarian at the University of Hawaii. And she has an BA and MA degree in East Asian history. And she's going to present on censorship on North Korean publication and its effect on North Korean publications as heritage collections. So if you can give a round of applause to Ellie Kim. Thank you.
Aloha. One more time. Aloha. Aloha, everybody. Good morning. Do you know what questions are asked when Koreans go abroad and introduce themselves as Koreans? It's same in Spanish too. South Korea or North Korea? Yes, there are two Koreas, two different countries, two different systems. One is the Republic of Korea, commonly called South Korea, and the other is North Korea, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. You may have heard about North Korea from lots of news outlets. North Korea usually makes the news with topics such as nuclear weapons, human rights, and dictatorship. We all know that young and overweight dictator in North Korea, right? And it's easy to infer that the censorship exists in North Korea, a country under dictatorship. On the other hand, when South Korea is in the news, it is mainly related to their culture, cool things like Blackpink or BTS. So it may be challenging for non-Koreans to connect South Korea and censorship. However, the South Korean censorship of North Korean publication is stringent. So today, I would like to discuss North Korea publications and the censorship imposed on them by two countries, South and North Korea. In North Korea, publications are a powerful propaganda and agitation tool for Workers' Party. The country's founding and sole ruling party, Kim Il-sung, the first dictator, defined the nature of publication as an important means of connecting the party and the public, and a powerful weapon for organizing and mobilizing the masses of workers to carry out the task of political, economic, and cultural construction set forth by the party. This teaching of Kim Il-sung means that the primary function of the publication in North Korea is to enlighten the public and organize and mobilize the public according to the party policy. So for this purpose, North Korea conducts publishing activities following three principles. First, the great leaders, the three generations of dictators, their revolutionary ideology and 주체 ideology, which means that North Korean Workers' Party's ideology should be reflected in publication. For this, the second principle is to carry out publishing activities under the party's leadership. This means North Korean publishers strictly follow the Workers' Party policies. The final principle is to create work that express the core values of the regime in a short period, both quantitatively and qualitatively. These principles apply to all creative activities, including publishing, without exception. This can be said to be the height of the censorship. Now, let's look at the censorship imposed on each publishing stage in North Korea. The North Korean writers belongs to a Korean Writers Association. The association is under the Propaganda and Agitation Department, which oversees all literary and publishing activities in North Korea. The writer writes a set amount of work on a given topic according to the government's annual plan. After the manuscript is done, it needs to undergo the first censorship by the association. The standards are as follows. Is it thoroughly based on socialist, realistic writing style? Are there any parts that expose national or military secrets? Are there any depictions that reveal the negative aspect of social system or a country? Are there any parts of where the elements of capitalist ideology appears? Is it helpful in educating the masses about Juche ideology and communism? Have militancy, revolutionary spirit, class spirit been fully demonstrated? Is it too dull to artistically? Are the vocabulary and lexical expressions accurate? Then the manuscripts are sent to Government Publication Censorship Office. Yes, it is officially called Censorship Office. They don't even hide it. This Publication Censorship Office is also directly under the Propaganda and Agitation Department of the Workers' Party. It controls all publications, including newspapers, magazines, broadcast books, and anything published in North Korea. After a manuscript passes up first censorship, it is delivered to the Publication Censorship Office, and the office returns it a few days later. However, manuscripts from the newspaper and broadcasting companies' presses for time are quickly reviewed by the personnel from the censorship office stationed at the media company. The Publication Censorship Office regularly strengthens censorship by informing all media outlets of vocabulary and expressions that should not be used in publications. The Publication Censorship Office is divided into 7 departments that are responsible for different subjects. Like all other publishing-related factors, all publishing houses are also directly under the Propaganda and Agitation Department. Major publishing companies in North Korea include the Workers' Parties of Korean Publishing, Foreign Literature Publishing, Literary and Art Publishing, and Kumsong Youth Publishing. Instead of controls in North Korea, each publisher has its specialty they publish, and they never overlap. This also shows that the state controls publishing. Even at publishing houses, manuscripts go under several rounds of censorship before being sent to the printer. According to publishing law, an editor may modify the manuscript without author's consent. North Korea strictly controls various printing facilities because they may be used for anti-party or anti-state activities. Individuals are strictly prohibited from purchasing printing equipment, and government agencies and factories must have go through complex and very challenging procedures, including obtaining approval to buy printing machines. Even small document printers, such as we have in our houses, are subject to unexpected censorship. In short, the production of publication in North Korea is entirely under government control and censorship from beginning to end. Naturally, the government controls the circulation and distribution of this publication. In particular, publication exported out of North Korea limited to government-related vendors who deal with materials approved for sale by the government. And this will make my job very hard because we have like international economic sanction against North Korea. So we cannot really pay to North Korea government. So when I buy North Korean books, we have to go through the very gray areas, which my boss there never want to know and never tell. So what is the South Korea censorship imposed on these North Korea publications? To examine this issue, we need to know the legal provisions on which that censorship is based. In South Korea, Article 7, Paragraph 5 of the National Security Act is well known among citizens. It says, any person who manufactures, imports, reproduces, holds, carries, distributes, sells, or acquires any documents, drawings, and other expression materials intending to commit the act as referred to in paragraph 1, 3, or 4, which are anti-government activities shall be punished by penalty. North Korean publications fall under this provision because North Korea is an anti-state organization to South Korea. This provision has been controversial for a long time, but the Constitutional Court again ruled that it was constitutional in 2023. The reason for the ruling was that the geopolitical conflict surrounding the Korean Peninsula continued, and the threat to the existence of South Korean system from North Korea also continued. It cannot be said that the international situation or relationship with North Korea has fundamentally changed enough to require a change in traditional position of the National Security Act. So this law is still valid. Not only international human rights organization, but also United States, which is well aware of the situation on Korean Peninsula and is hostile to North Korea, has constantly criticized the anti-human right nature of this National Security Act. The US state government human rights report points out that every year that the National Security Act limits freedom of expression and that the Korean government abuses it. The UN Human Rights Committee has called the gradual abolition of the National Security Act and the immediate revision of the Article 7. And the National Human Rights Commission of Korea also submitted the opinion to the Constitutional Court stating Article 7 violates the Constitution because it violates freedom of expression and freedom of thought and the conscience. You may be asking whether it is okay to access the North Korea publication simply for curiosity or research later as an anti-government activity. However, no one knows how South Korean police or prosecutors will determine the purpose of the person possessing North Korean publications. For example, the owner of this electronic library called Laborers Books was indicted for violating the National Security Act in 2017. It's not 1980. It happened a few years ago. The prosecution requested 2 years in prison, saying the trial that the owner distributed 70 copies of North Korean publications, sold 22 copies, and possessed 37 copies. They also noted that owner's true goal was to overthrow the capitalist system through violent revolution. It happens in 2017, and overthrow the capitalist system with revolution, yes. However, North Korean books only accounted for 1.6% of the total books provided by this library. Although this trial resulted in acquittal, numerous people were indicted and some were found guilty of possessing North Korea publication, and this included scholars and students studying North Korea. So, as a Korean studies librarian who are dealing with many thousands of North Korean books, I'm in danger too. So if I get arrested in Incheon airport in Korea, my boss there gonna come and rescue me. Under these legal and social restrictions, libraries segregated North Korean publication in their possessions as special materials and stored them in restricted areas to eliminate any potential problems. For example, the most extensive collection of North Korean publication in South Korea is the North Korean Information Center under the Ministry of Unification. To visit this library, you must obtain a permit. For that, you must provide your name, date of birth, gender, address, landline phone number, mobile phone number, email, name of affiliate organization, nationality, and so on. And you need to prove this information by documentation. Then, you must make an appointment for a visit. Additionally, a separate application must be submitted to borrow or copy North Korean materials. In fact, this rule has been remarkably relaxed in recent years. And previously, any lending or any scanning, copying was prohibited. And this regulation is more lenient because this library is a government institution. As mentioned above, and before, other libraries have stricter restrictions to avoid any problems. And these South Korean libraries have no choice to be passive in collecting North Korean publication. So despite these obstacles, why do I and our library collect and maintain a collection of North Korean publications? The first is public interest in North Korea. The first graph is North Korea and Zambia in Africa, compares the North Korea and Zambia in Africa, which has a similar economic size as North Korea on Google Trends. The red line is the search rate for Zambia, and the blue line is search rate for North Korea. We can see the public interest in North Korea is high compared to its economic size and national status. If you look below, you can see there are a lot of interest in North Korea, especially in Hawaii, where I'm from. This is because Hawaii is within the range of North Korean missiles. And in particular, we Hawaii residents still remember saying goodbye to each other in 2018 after hearing a false alarm that missile was flying from North Korea to Hawaii. It was Saturday morning. And we all got the message from our cell phone, this is not a drill, North Korean missile is really coming to Hawaii. So we drank our best bottle of whiskeys, saying goodbye to each other, hid in the closets and the bathtub. It was false alarm, I wasted my best whiskey, but yeah, we still traumatized by that accident. This interest is also true in academia. This graph shows research related to North Korea every year from Google Scholar. Although there has been slight downwards trend since the pandemic period, we can see that research on North Korea has increased significantly over the past few decades. The University of Hawaii community is also following this academic trend. Over the past few years, we have hired professors specializing in North Korea history, accepting many graduate students doing North Korea-related research. Many of our more than 50 Korean studies faculty have conducted research on North Korea and have opened courses on North Korea. Our Center for Korean Studies hosts various North Korea-related conferences and workshops. North Korea is an isolated, closed country, very weird country to the international community. North Korean publications are one of the few sources, very few primary sources of information about this unusual country. And it can be said it is my duty as a Korean studies librarian to provide materials for these studies. The North Korean publication in our library would be essential for North Korean studies on our campus. North Korean is a very controlled society, and it is difficult to obtain internal information. In this situation, North Korean publications are very important because they are extremely rare primary sources of internal information. Our library has made a small attempt to overcome this censorship and provide materials to researchers. Our library and faculty have long obtained North Korean publication through channels in Japan or China. The total number of North Korean publication is over 3,000, which is one of the biggest collection outside of North Korea. UHM Library wanted to connect this North Korean publication to users worldwide in a better way through the North Korea Collection Project. We created a special collection preserved in a closed area, made a bibliography of the collection, and digitized it. Through this process, the North Korea collection was uploaded to digital image collection webpage of the University of Hawaii Library. So there was a copyright issue, so we couldn't scan the whole book. We only scanned the title page and the chapter page, and I hope it will be enough for the researchers to get the information, like which books they want to come to our library and see, or they can ask a scan to us. The reason I'm here is for my users. There are many North Korean studies researchers at our university, as I mentioned. Due to North and South Korean censorship, I contacted libraries in many other countries, including Russia and China, to get the materials they wanted, even though South Korean libraries have them already. It was challenging. You can imagine what I had to go through to send $20 to a library in Moscow to scan a book. They ask so many personal questions about the librarians in Moscow State Library, and after eventually the Yulia was very offended by me asking her age, her home address to send only $20 to her. So, yeah, North Korea's censorship is essential to maintaining its regime and will likely to continue unless North Korea collapses. But I've been talking to South Korean officials about lifting restriction on North Korea publication, and it's time. South Korea is no longer a society or country so fragile that it would be collapsed just because its citizens read the North Korean publication. So this presentation is part of my small campaign to connect North Korean publication with my researchers and just poke South Korea government to open up their collections. So if ever you heard the news that Ellie Kim is arrested in Seoul, I want a support letter to my boss there, Dr. Gostro. Mahalo. Thank you very much.
Ellie, thank you very much. That was really, really interesting. So our next speaker is Amanda Ross. Amanda is the Librarian Coordinator of Adaptive and Cataloging and Resource Management at Texas A&M University in the US. And she's also a member of the IFLA Subject Analysis and Access Standing Committee. And she's going to present on a paper on the title, The White Male Assumption, Censorship in Subject Cataloging. So thank you, Amanda.
Greetings, everybody. I told Ellie that if she gets arrested, that I would set up a GoFundMe to help fund her release. So I'll ask all of you to contribute to that. Okay, so my topic is the straight white Christian male assumption, censorship in subject cataloging. And my eyesight is not all that, so I'm having to scroll through here. So I will say that this is based primarily on Library of Congress subject headings because that is what most of my experience is with. I've worked in libraries for more than 20 years, and the majority of that has been as a cataloger. Okay. What am I? Wait, it's, oh, okay. Sorry, it doesn't, my tablet does not move forward when I use the clicker. Okay, so two things that I want you to keep in mind as we talk about institutional censorship. The first quote is from the IFLA blog, and I have all my resources at the end. Regardless of your position or job role in a library, community, book banning, book challenges, censorship, and threats to intellectual freedom impact all of us. As the IFLA statement on censorship states, All persons, governments, and other institutions of society, including library and information services, their associations, and their workers, are therefore called to defend and promote freedom of expression and freedom of access to information. Likewise, quiet censorship is also known as soft censorship or self-censorship, terms used interchangeably when materials are purposefully removed, limited, or never purchased at all, despite it being a title that would serve a community. And cataloging and classification are critical for any library. Without them, you wouldn't be able to find the materials. But there are biases that can result in patrons not getting the materials that they need, and I'm here to kind of present some of those to you. This is a historical search that I have done starting in May of 2018 in OCLC, which is the primary source for getting cataloging records. And I did subject searches on the words women and men separately. And you can see that there is a disproportionate amount of women subject headings, which indicates that for subject headings that are somehow gender specific, the assumption is that it's a man. So I'm going to go through a few of these, and then I recently also looked for gender non-conforming people, and there are only 7 results as of this past July. And I checked before I came to do this, and there are still only 7 subject headings for gender non-conforming people. So I have gone through, and at least in America, if you were to ask people to describe these next 3 professions that I'm going to go through, the assumption or the stereotype for Americans are that these 3 professions, if they're going to describe somebody, or you say, what gender are these professions? Most people automatically think female or woman. There are men in these professions, but this is, for better or worse, this is what people assume. So for librarians, there were several gender-specific subject headings that you can see here: bisexual, gay, lesbian, transgender, transsexual, and women librarians. But what I don't see here is a subject heading for male librarians. So that is, to my mind, that is a glaring mistake, because one of the most famous librarians in the United States is Melville Dewey, but any book about him would just have the subject heading librarian. It would not have male librarians. Next up is nurses. Most people in America would say that doctors are men and nurses are women. This is not so much the case anymore, but it is a historical stereotype. Nurses here is more equal in that we've got women and male nurses, and we've also got gay and lesbian nurses. Interestingly enough, the next slide that I'm going to show you is there is a male distinction, but there is not a female distinction. Prostitutes, which has a very negative connotation. I make no judgments. Some people have to do what they have to do to survive. But it's very telling to me that the assumption, if a work is about prostitutes, unlike the 2 previous ones, are that the prostitute is a woman. So the only other subject headings are for gender non-conforming prostitutes and male prostitutes. Now, I do acknowledge that the preferred terminology is sex workers. If you put sex workers, that can be used for women prostitutes. However, if you were to put in male sex workers as a subject heading and you tried to do what they call qualifying it or authorizing it to see what the official subject heading is for Library of Congress, it would revert back to male prostitutes. So that's just a little history on that. I'm moving towards what one of my former bosses says is the hot button topic, the Christian part of the presentation. So Merriam-Webster, which is a very well-known dictionary in the United States, defines mythology as an allegorical narrative, and myths are usually traditional stories of ostensibly historical events that serve to unfold part of the worldview of a people or explain a practice, belief, or natural phenomenon. So I pose this question: why do we have Buddhist mythology, Hindu mythology, Jewish mythology, and a number of other mythological subject headings, but there's not Christian mythology? I have been Christian my entire life. I have no problem referring to the creation myth. And a lot of Christians would have that problem. So that's why my boss says that this is the hot button topic. Okay, so aside from Library of Congress subject headings, in order to address some of these issues, there are alternative subject heading vocabularies. One very popular one in the United States and abroad, because I actually think it started, I don't know if it started in the Netherlands possibly, but the roots of this were in somewhere in Europe. But the homosaurus is an international linked data vocabulary of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer terms. The vocabulary is intended to function as a companion to broader subject term vocabularies such as the Library of Congress subject headings. It was created in 1997 and it was transformed in 2013, and currently there are over 3,400 terms related to LGBTQ terminology. So that's a little bit of history, and now we're going to get into censorship and how subject headings can be used as censorship. The omission of subject headings, these two examples are no longer this way, but these are two examples that have come up. Almodovar's film Strange Way of Life was created as a sequel to Brokeback Mountain. The trailer showed two men kissing, and OCLC, which is the place where we get cataloging records for the most part, and I think they're actually a vendor here. They're a sponsor here, aren't they? I didn't realize that when I did my presentation, but maybe my library will get a discount for the free publicity. But the full record only showed LCSH, which is the Library of Congress subject heading, male friendship. That has since been remedied, but the original record that someone put into this database said male friendship. I don't kiss a lot of my friends, but that might just be me, that might be my personal preference. Okay, and then another one is the Book of Clarence. It only credited two white male actors, and David, I'm going to say his last name wrong, Oliloa, leaving off the titular actor as well as 6 black actors listed on the front cover. This too has been remedied in the catalog. So, but those are 2 examples, and it's also examples of how records change, because sometimes the cataloger may not know all the specifics. I have read novels before, and I've gone in and looked at the record, and I'm like, oh, somebody who cataloged this hasn't read this. They don't know what should be there. So, you know, it's a community project. So moving on to another example is altering or deleting subject headings. Specifically, this example shows deleting age-specific subject headings. There's a very popular children's book, which I think probably many of you have heard of. It's based on a true story. The title is And Tango Makes Three. It is about 2 male penguins in the zoo. I believe it's New York City. Yes, it's Central Park Zoo, who take responsibility for an abandoned egg and raise the penguin. So the official OCLC record has these subject headings: Penguins, Juvenile Fiction; Central Park, New York, Juvenile Fiction; Homosexuality and Animals, Juvenile Fiction; Zoo Animals, Juvenile Fiction; and Families, Juvenile Fiction. I went out to a library that holds this, and I will say it's the first library catalog that I searched. So I didn't have to search long and hard for this example. In the record that was brought into this library's catalog, the catalogers had either adapted the subject headings or changed them, or it could have been that they had downloaded it before the subject headings were updated. But there's no doubt that this is a children's book. It is a picture book. The subject headings primarily should have indicated juvenile fiction. So as you see here, the only juvenile fiction heading is for penguins. But there's also penguins, just I say adult fiction because without the juvenile indication, it's generally assumed adult subject headings. So we have penguins fictions, zoo animals fiction, familial behavior in animals, not families. They're acting like families. They don't want to give the recognition of, that's my interpretation, that they don't want to give the recognition that there can be homosexual families. And then homosexuality fiction. But they have gone to a great deal of effort to not have any homosexuality juvenile-related subject terms. So, yes, the book is in the collection, and yes, there is a Penguins juvenile fiction subject heading, but if you were looking for materials on homosexuality for juveniles in the catalog, you wouldn't find this. Another thing that people need to be aware of is the classification dilemma. I mean, just like in the previous subject, the previous slide, these are different subjects. Most items cover more than one subject. But if you have a physical item, it can only go in one place. If it's an ebook, great. You know, you don't have this problem. This is for physical items on the shelf. So the cataloger is, in effect, devaluing another subject. Not intentionally, because it's still got the subject headings, but you got to put it somewhere. So, going back to the women and men division earlier, for men, there are only 4 areas of subject headings. And I've listed them here since there are only 4. And you see that it's a very small range of call numbers. For women and feminism, there are 22 areas. When I mentioned this to my parents, my father said, well, that doesn't surprise me because women are much more complex than men. Okay, so also under this, and the previous subjects were under the family, marriage, and sex roles, which in and of itself is somewhat problematic. Okay, so gender identity now falls under the 2 classification numbers in green. And the classification numbers that are below that are what they used to be. So they have been updated. And now LGBTQ subject classification numbers used to be under sexual deviance. So I am happy to say that these topics are no longer sexual deviance, but there's still work to be done, but this is definitely a step in the right direction. So I like to end this presentation with a little exercise to show you how difficult it can be. You know, where would you class this book? The title is Women, Witchcraft, and the Inquisition in Spain and the New World. And these are the subject headings that were in the record when I looked it up. There are 2 separate subject headings when it says Spain or Latin America, but for the sake of the slide, I combined those. So we have Inquisition, witch hunting history, women, violence against, Spain, church history, Spain colonies, or would you put it somewhere else? So these are all subject headings. Oh. Why is it? Okay. I can't get it. Okay, there we go. All right, so the answer is A, but also including D. It's Christian denominations, Catholic Church history, history of the Inquisition, by region or country, Spain and its dependencies, general works. That is a mouthful, but that is what it's classed under. Now, if you wanted to see what, so that, like I said, okay, that was in BX. If I can go back. Well, okay, so BX 1735. So if you put it in the other classes, okay, there we go. You see that witch hunting history would be in something starting with BF. And women violence against would be in HV. And if you put it under the Spanish colonies, it would be an F. So if you were browsing the shelf doing research on one of these topics, you would not see that title. So that is, you know, something to keep in mind if you're shelf browsing. So these are my references, and I appreciate you listening or not falling asleep, or either discreetly falling asleep during my presentation. So thank you. Oh, and that's my contact information.
Thank you very much, Amanda. That was very interesting. And now for the final presentations in this section, we have Joanna Baines, who is the academic liaison librarian archivist from University College London, and Simon Farad, the independent artist from, who's based in London in the UK. And the title of the paper is Towards Archiving a Secret, Approaches to Accessing and Activating Censored Materials in Cultural Heritage Collections. So, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. Just to say, I'm getting over a cold, so I'm sorry if my voice is a little bit croaky. It's just come back in the past day or so for this. Welcome. Thank you so much for inviting us to be here today. We're super excited. Our talk has already been introduced, so I will skip this slide. There we go. So to start off with, very briefly, we thought we'd introduce ourselves and what we do and why we started working together. So I work in UCL Special Collections. I lead the teaching and engagement with our material, primarily at UCL East. I've been working in special collections and heritage since 2011, which feels like a really long time now. But I'm really, really interested in how we get people engaged with collections, how we get people learning with collections, and how we make them accessible and equitable for everybody. It's a really complex world, and I'm really, really passionate about ensuring that everybody can use our collections. Yep, of course. Sorry. Okay, more. Okay. So I'm really passionate about ensuring that everybody can access and engage with our collections. So that's why.
Hi, and I'm here, I guess primarily as an artist, as is common with artists, they'll tend to have lots of jobs. So I've put my other jobs here too, and in terms of time, the one I do the most is being an invigilator in an art gallery, which is essentially one of those guards that wears black and stands quietly. I'll be talking more about that because that's actually very relevant to the talk later on. So we'll talk more about invigilating in a bit. And as you can see, with the fact of my being here, I work with academics quite a lot. Cool.
Okay. I could talk a long time about what special collections at UCL involves, but essentially we are one of the biggest collections of archives, manuscripts and rare books in the southeast of England, if not the entire United Kingdom. We also have our records department, which looks after the both historical and contemporary material to do with University College London, which is almost 200 years of material. We also have two teams that kind of work across all those collections. So we have Academic Liaison, which is the team I'm a part of, and our outreach team, which go out to schools, and they work with community groups. Academic Liaison tends to focus a lot more on kind of internal engagement with students and academics. So we don't know, we have to kind of know a little bit about all of the collections that we look after. So this is where I get to do the spiel about UCL East, which is UCL's brand new campus. It officially opened in October 2023. It's in the Queen Elizabeth Olympic Park in Stratford, which is most well known for being where the Games were held, the Olympic Games in 2012. It's a brand new site, and we have 60 plus new degrees here, which is all very exciting. Everything is brand new, including the courses. And there are a lot of collaborative spaces there that special collections are working in. We work a lot with a department called the School for Creative and Cultural Industries, to deliver shared programming and using special collections work. There's a real focus at UCL East on interdisciplinarity, like how can we work together to address the big global issues, and how can we prepare students for the future, which is in a massively changing world. So UCL East is all about kind of thinking collectively about how we can solve some of these issues. So at UCL East, Special Collections has a focus on outreach and academic engagement. We don't have a fixed store there. We have a small store for looking after our material, but it's much more about working with people and partners there to showcase what we can do with our collections, to open up new ways for people to engage with our material. My role involves supporting the students there. So I teach and co-teach on a variety of courses, from public history through to creative arts and humanities to science policy. Pretty much anywhere I can get in and talk to people about our collections, I'll try and teach with. And I also lead and design events in the two spaces we're a part of, which is the Urban Room and the Culture Lab spaces, which are both open to everyone. So but outreach also works in those spaces, and it's a real kind of project to kind of embed all of this into the courses and activity going on at East.
Cool. Yeah, so like just to like return to invigilators and to clarify, because like it's a word that has like shares its name with like lots of other jobs, right? Like people that, in English at least, people that like watch people doing exams, or like certain types of library workers are sometimes called invigilators. So like this is the type of invigilator I am. And this is a selection of popular depictions of invigilation. And I kind of return to it because like engaging with invigilation is a big part of my visual arts practice. So I'm part of a like group called the Invigilator Research Network, which is a group of like invigilators who would also kind of self-identify as visual artists, who make work about being invigilators. And some of this is to do with like exploring gallery dynamics and hierarchies and this type of thing. And so like kind of has like in some way just a kind of advocacy role of like hoping for better material conditions for guards, essentially. But some of it's much more kind of metaphysical about like what it means to like be seen, to be watched, to spend solitary time, to be with art, this kind of thing. We have a practice that is kind of in part public-facing. So like the picture was shown there is of an exhibition we did in Hamburg a few years ago. But I would say the like public-facing half of the Invigilator Research Network is like the less interesting half. We also have like quite an extensive secret practice, of which the public-facing stuff kind of acts as like a front for this like secret work that we do. The secret work, like I would say secret, like there are degrees of secrecy, right? Of like how many people can see something. Like in part, like some of the work is secret because it'll be like critical of our managers, and in a kind of precarious job, like that kind of criticism is dangerous, right? But then another reason for like the level of secrecy is that sometimes the work is produced by us not doing what we're supposed to be doing at work. Like that's kind of the basis of some of this work. And so for both those reasons, like we don't expose what I would say is the more interesting part of the work, but sometimes we will allow ourselves to talk around it like I'm doing here. So like that's my practice, and like kind of sets up for why we're working together, I think.
So Simon and I first met in 2022 when we were both invited to a workshop to brainstorm plans for the forthcoming space at UCL East, which is called the Culture Lab, which opened last year. we got chatting, and we basically wanted to work together because special collections are often less well understood than other cultural heritage institutions, such as museums and libraries. I volunteer with small children in my spare time, and they will probably know what a library is, they might know what a museum is, they're not really often going to know what an archive is. Simon's work also looks to address practices of secrecy in clandestine publics and the role of invigilators. And because I'm aiming to kind of make special collections more accessible to everybody and break down those barriers, we thought that maybe there was something there about working together around how we can investigate how heritage collections work with these issues of secrecy, and how we can look at collections as a way of exploring how censorship happens in practice and in theory. So we've done quite a bit of work together since we started collaborating 2 years ago. The first thing we did was put on a workshop with Public History MA students in May 2023. The Public History MA is one that I'm really heavily involved in, and Simon said to me, I've got this material, what do you think about it? And I said, well, let's get the Public History students in and see what they think about it as well. And it kind of went from there. So that was a workshop that happened in May 2023. We then, from a recommendation of a colleague, took it to students who were studying archives last year. And we focused that on a little bit more on how you archive secrets. And we discovered after that that the secrets bit was something that people were really interested in. So we're going to rerun that workshop in a few weeks' time for those students. But we then also developed the secrets thing into its own workshop, which we ran in May 2024. So it's kind of evolving as it goes on. And the May 2024 workshop was at the Culture Lab space, and it sold out. We need to rerun it because it was too popular, which is a really nice problem to have, but it's clearly an issue that people are super interested in, which is great.
Yeah, so like kind of as you saw from that, like there's kind of element of secrecy with the material that I was bringing to these workshops, like kind of ended up being the star of the show. And like in particular, this box here that I would bring along each time, and that this was like a box of material from the network that is a collection of one of these like projects I've talked about that were like secret ones. This one, more so than the others, I kind of said there were like two reasons, like to avoid the criticism being seen, but also like messing around at work. This one was like kind of a step beyond that, in that like it was kind of a part of the work was its secretness, right? Like the fact of it being a secret was integral to the work itself. And so this box, like, we've essentially been using it as a challenge to people who are thinking about becoming librarians, archivists, this kind of stuff, about like, what do you do with a closed box, right? Like, and I think it's something that we've seen in quite a lot of the talks, is that like, stuff will be censored, but the person doing the censoring gets to see it, right? Like, so there is always this person who is like part of the institution who gets to see what's in the box. And this is like a challenge of what does the librarian, the censor, do if even they aren't trusted to be the censor, right? Like, and it's like, in a sense, a kind of absurd example, or like so extreme that it's kind of rare to be seen in practice, I think, but like as a way of like an extremity to teach about the idea, it's been useful. So the box is here, and you can come and have a look at it later if you want to see this closed box. Okay, all right, yeah. And so then, like, I guess where that kind of leads me to with thinking about secrets and archives, and we'll like talk a bit more about secrets' relationship to censorship in a minute, is like, as we've heard about self-censorship as a negative, but like I think there are also like definite cases of positive reasons for an institution to collaborate with the person donating to allow for a self-censorship. So like, as we can see here, like if you're kind of working with activists or artists or so on, they could have like good reasons for like not wanting police or bosses or like people higher up in a hierarchy to not see what they're doing. And I would say particularly like in like our network's like situation, it's more about like hiding what we have done. But I think in an activist sense, it's more likely that kind of methodologies are what needs to be not shared, right? And so you can see that there will be parts of the submission that would be really useful for an archive, a library, whatever, to collect, but to be okay with, but to facilitate that, it needs to kind of facilitate like at least a redaction of some of this information. And we can kind of think about whether we call such redactions like censorship or something else, right? But like, and UCL has like a particular example of lots of kind of medical material where, of course, the names are redacted out, right? And like, I think it would be very strange to argue that that is a censorship that we talk about in this type of space, but like, the kind of in practice results are similar in that like information is being hidden. Cool, next slide.
Okay. I think this is where the collaboration also became very interesting because we wanted to explore the kind of myths and realities around working with special collections. So we've divided them up into three here. The first one is the myth that you can only access special collections if you're part of the institution. In all of the places I've worked, it's kind of been the opposite. We're absolutely open to everybody. However, there are some laws of data protection laws that Simon's mentioned that prevent access to some material, particularly if there's references in the collections to people or relatives of people who are still living. So in practice, it actually becomes a bit blurry. Like in reality, we are open to everybody, but in practice, they're often still quite physically unwelcoming spaces, and people often don't know that they can access them, which is a problem, and it creates this myth of secrecy. The second one that I think most people in this room can sympathise with is the notion that everything you have should be digitised, because we're in the 21st century and it should totally happen. In practice, that doesn't happen because digitization is so complex. It requires huge amounts of time and resources. And also you have things like copyright laws that mean that it's quite difficult to make 20th century and 21st century material accessible online. We've got huge amounts of material in our collections that we just can't put online because we don't know who owns it. So therefore it can seem secretive because people can't find it just from a quick internet search. You have to go through certain things or ask people. And the final thing we kind of wanted to think about here is that it's easy to find out what we have. Again, we're in the age of Google, it should be super easy. But as we all know, cataloguing material, whether that's library material or archive material, takes a huge amount of time. And the way that things are catalogued, whether that's through physical finding age or just collection level descriptions, it varies a lot. And also the ways that we catalogue, the ways that we process this material change over time. We might have a record that we wouldn't do that way if we were doing that now. So again, it's quite difficult to find out what things are held, even if we think we've got a good idea.
Okay, so like most of when we've been talking so far, we've been speaking about secrecy rather than like specifically censorship, and like I just wanted to like address that a bit more and to think that that like I can see secrecy as like kind of like very related to censorship, and of course like in censorship, right? Like within censorship there is an important element of secrecy, but that also secrecy is like also bigger than censorship. There's like loads of types of practices of secrecy that don't happen through censorship, but happen through like other methods, and I think in the previous slide we can see some things that result in like information not being very open, but like I don't think we would class those as a censorship practice. So I just want to say that we're kind of speaking kind of next to bigger and smaller here, something like that.
So we wanted to focus a little bit briefly now for the rest of our talk. We wanted to focus a bit more on the Secrets and Power workshop that we ran in May this year. It brought together the public history cohort again, which was much bigger this year, and it's even bigger the year that's just started, with members of the public and UCL staff. In addition to focusing on the Invigilator Research Network material, what we also did was host it in a space that was having an exhibition about power, and we brought in special collections items to show the practical issues of secrecy in heritage material alongside Simon's work to kind of contrast the two and get people thinking about the wider themes. So we're going to whiz through these because there's quite a lot to say on each of them. We basically divided it up into 4 sections. And the first section was the difference between privacy and secrecy. And we had examples from special collections material and Simon's material. The special collections material basically looked at recently discovered letters between George Orwell and 2 women he was writing to. But one of the women's letters was found with a note on saying, please destroy these letters. So we thought that was a really interesting example of, is it private, is it secret, which way does it go?
Could just like add like one little thought here, because like we, in our group, we think a lot about this private and secret as being two like related but not quite the same topic. And one idea that I really like to think about is that like the secret becomes a secret in the telling, right? That like until you tell someone your secret, it is just something that you know, and it becomes a secret exactly at the moment that you break it being a secret, right? And the archiving like is so related to this, that like this box becomes secret only once I attempt to archive it or something like this.
The next one we wanted to look at was about the difference between diaries and letters and collections and use. So we had a really brilliant selection of material looking at the examples of the printing press as a mode of technology being used to distribute letters for either positive or negative means. So our head of Rare Books brought some brilliant examples from this, showing how the printing press was used to campaign for someone being released from Oxford prison during the English Civil War, but also then in the 17th century, somebody being a courtesan using the press to threaten to distribute letters from her lovers to expose them as blackmail. So again, that difference between a very private thing suddenly becoming out in the public realm, but there was an intent behind both of those things. Okay. The next one we wanted to look at was this difference between what it means to have something that's obscure and isn't necessarily hidden, but because of the size of it or because of the complexities behind it, it becomes hidden. And the example we brought from Special Collections was this incredible correspondence from Henry Brougham, whose correspondence is about 53,000 items. We're still working on it now. It's a really vast collection of correspondence, and it's taken over 6 decades to sort. So we brought some samples from that. The historic card indexes also really hid the complexities of the correspondents who were writing to this figure. He was a politician, and it would just have things like, you know, unfortunate circumstances, begging letter. It wouldn't name the person, or if it did, it would name them in a very brief way. So there's kind of the size of the collection is the problem there, but also the way it's been historically described makes it even harder to find out what was going on in there. Go. And the final one that, again, wound up being a really key point was about the legality of secrecy, particularly in terms of UK law. So our head of records brought some material from a 1970 student campaign that was aiming to get access to files kept by UCL. And he also brought along descriptions of student models that were being used for the Slade School of Art for recognition purposes, which was kind of, you know, is this right to keep this material? How far should people have access to these things?
Could just add, like, we kept the closed box in, like, this section, even though, like, of course, there is no, like, legalness to do with the closed box, but just felt that the kind of, the finality of the no, like, sat here best, and, like, maybe is even going beyond the actual legal stuff here.
So what's worked and what hasn't so far? First of all, people really, really love the material that Simon is bringing. They really enjoy working with it, and we've got some really positive feedback here too. We think that the staff engagement gets everyone considering these issues in lots of different ways, which is a really positive thing. But because I always think it's better to be honest about this, some of the stuff that hasn't worked is that the spaces that we've held these workshops in haven't always been ideal. So we want to think a lot more carefully next time about where we hold these things, because some of the big spaces just don't help to facilitate discussion as a whole group. They're good for showing and telling material, but they're not great for getting people together. We also want to make links between our different types of material clearer, and we also want to think a little bit more about the outcomes of the events more clearly. But where are we going to go next? We have lots of different ideas. The first one is that we're going to rerun Secrets, Archives and Power when I can find a room during term time, which is kind of tricky at the moment. We want to think about how the spaces of special collections can be considered in this context, because I think there's something really interesting about the power of the reading room and how people and objects get transformed from in that space that I kind of want to play with. We're going to continue working with other collections and organisations, and as we've already mentioned, the Archives and Records management students have already booked us in for a few weeks' time to redo that session, which is great. I think as UCL East develops, we want to do more collaborative work, because UCL East is such a new, changing space. We're only 2 years in, and it's a massive, massive project for UCL, so I think that will continue, particularly as the Slade School of Art starts up there next year with its new course. And also UCL is about to start its 200th anniversary in 2026, so I think we will be considering what we can do in relation to that.
Cool. Yeah,
okay. We've got the slides. We've also shared some links, and there's also some further reading on here if you're interested. So if you don't get the slides sent around, please feel free to email us, and we'll happily send this over.
So thank you, Joanna and Simon. That was fascinating. We're doing really well for time. We're starting lunch in about 5 minutes. But before that, if we have any questions from anyone in the audience, either for Ellie about North Korean censorship, or for Amanda about censorship in subject headings, or for Simon and Joanna. So if you have a question, you can just go to the microphone. Thank you.
I have a question for Ellie, which is about if there's, you talked about the degree of control over print production in North Korea, and I was wondering if there's any equivalent to samizdat or other underground publishing from other places with a highly controlled print production regime.
Oh, so you're asking?
So in the Soviet Union, there was samizdat, so underground publications that nothing.
That's not possible in North Korea. Yeah.
This is a question for Ellie. Also, in regards to the censorship of North Korean publications in South Korea, is it more retaliatory because of North Korea's stance on South Korean publications, or do they view it more as subversive ideology?
Fundamentally, what Korean government worried about is there has been some kind of movement, more like a communist socialist group that study North Korean ideology, and I use it to form like a bigger group, and it's considered anti-government in North Korea. And
Okay, thank you.
I have a question for Amanda, kind of a practical question. If we do find problematic subject headings when we're working on our cataloging in our libraries, do you have some suggestions of what our actions should be?
Well, catalogers have ways to suggest changes. There are various committees. There are various what they call funnels at Library of Congress that are for specific subjects. But for like this audience who are mainly non-catalogers who don't have that authority, there is a wonderful website that keeps track of problematic subject headings, and anybody can suggest or look for something, and it's called cataloginglab.org, and it's cataloging spelled the American way, which means there is no U in it. But that is a very good website to see changes that are occurring, changes that people are concerned about, and for just anybody to suggest something.
Terrific, thank you. I think we have another question from the audience.
And one question for which I think all of the speakers could speak to, but it touches on the presentation from Ellie and the one from Joanna and Simon about what tools should we use to decide to publish or disseminate information that's been requested not to, either by a government or by individuals like the authors of those letters. Because it's a lot of power that librarians have and archivists have. So what kinds of thinking did you go through, Joanna, and what kinds of measures do you think should be put in place to make sure that libraries are responsible about disseminating information which people have said, we don't want you to share this?
That's a really good question. I didn't process the oral letters when they came in, so I don't want to speak directly for my colleagues. But I think what happened was we were very, very involved. We have a very close relationship with Richard Blair, who is George Orwell's son, and he helped us buy those letters. He bought them for us and then donated them to special collections. And I think in both of those cases, the living relatives of the people who had the letters were happy for them to be given to the institute, to be purchased for the institution for that, for those purposes. So it's often done. I think working with donors is hugely, hugely important, and working out those wishes is super, super key for ensuring what happens, and then obviously ensuring that everybody is happy within that process. What happened with one of the sets of letters was that when we announced that we had the initial set, somebody said, oh, you talked about these letters, but you haven't talked about these, and we didn't know that they existed. So sometimes these things kind of happen in domino effects, which is a surprise, but really, really good fortune. But again, it was thanks to the donors that they decided that they were happy for them to be sold and preserved with us, and they've now been completely digitized so that they are open as they can be.
Well, in case of North Korea publications, what librarians and libraries can do about the censorship is like it's not possible inside the South Korea because of the National Security Act, and everybody is afraid of the social stigma. That's why I tried to do this presentation and just poke around outside of Korea, because I have some kind of protection as an employee of state of Hawaii and my boss there. So yeah, and LC also digitizing some North Korean publications. So the movement is starting from the outside of the Korea, not the inside. It's probably not possible inside the Korea.
Hello. My question is for Joanna, or question, maybe more of a comment, because of your presentation. I love the idea of an activist archivist, and so as a kind of thought experiment, and under normal circumstances this would kind of be anathema to the current crowd, but what would you do with an archive with an expiry date? Like an archive where it's like, or a kind of collection where it's like in 20 or 30 years, the person who has delivered this, we want it to be known, but they would rather fade into obscurity after a certain point in time, which is kind of to our profession, like, I shudder the thought, but like, could that be an idea for a kind of a workshop? How would you handle something like that?
That would be a really fun one to do, actually. I think there's two elements to it, isn't there? Practically, I'd think, well, we'd want to try and preserve as much of that as we can, whether that's creating a digital version or a physical duplicate to ensure it didn't expire in that way. But on the other hand, when I was kind of starting out in my career, one of the things that someone said to me is that with archives, you're almost always fighting that battle against time, because archives, by their nature, paper wants to disintegrate, it wants to disappear. Photos really want to disappear after a certain time because of what they're made of. And archivists as a whole are kind of fighting that battle by putting in preservation measures, putting in professional storage facilities to stop that happening. So having an archive with an expiry date on it would be super interesting. And I think practically, I guess I'd want to know why. Like, is it just that you can use it for 10 years and then it has to disappear or not? Simon, I don't know if you've got any thoughts on this.
Yeah, well, I think, like, there is, like, something, like, at the heart, there's a hierarchy always, right, in working with institutions and with collecting and all this stuff. And, like, this question, like, I think part of our challenge was, with the work we're doing is to, like, recognize that, like, in hierarchical relations, there are problematics, but there are also kind of overlooked interventions, right? And, like, part of what we are thinking about with closed box and stuff like that is thinking what, like, the challenge from below can do to how an archivist practice, right? And I think this question is like another example of, like, what that would mean. And like, I'd need to leave it to the experts to, like, what they would do with that. But, like, but I think all these, like, challenges of like from below practices, like, and of course they're kind of necessarily anti-institutional, a lot of these, like, these types of like activists or artists that are donating to these things. So yeah, I think we should sit with that challenge.
Thank you.
It's going away. Yes, but anyways, this is a question for Joe and Simon. I'm interested in your take on copyright and how you view it as being secretive. Some of us see it as protective of artists' rights, and so I'm interested to see how you see it as secretive.
I think what I was trying to refer to in that discussion was the fact that it's not really secretive, but in the age of digital communication, where we expect everything to be public and to be available, I think people don't understand copyright. And when I say people, I often mean students and people who aren't working with this material a lot. One of the collections that I specifically think of with this is that UCL holds an incredible collection of small press and independent published material, which is mostly from the 20th century. It's a bit 19th, it's quite 21st, and we've done some work before my time to investigate how much of it we can put online. But because a lot of the time these were made by very small creators, who only had a circulation of 50 or 100 copies, it's very, very difficult to track them down and ask for permission to put it online, which is why we can't. It's a risk thing. It's not fair to them. It's not fair. It's absolutely not fair to the artists if they don't get credit or repayment in some form. And I think copyright is a really useful thing, but it can seem challenging in an age of digitization. So when I'm talking a lot to my students about finding material online, about finding primary sources, one of the first things I always say to them is, if it's just because you can't find it online doesn't mean it doesn't exist. There are very good reasons for that. And I think we actually need to do a lot more with students about explaining why copyright exists, because it will help them as well. If they become creators in some form, if they become an artist or a writer, they're going to want copyright in place to ensure that people don't profit off of their endeavors. But it just means that when we're thinking digitally, we have to know that there's going to be gaps for good reasons.
Thank you so much. Oh, do we have one more quick question? Because we're about to break for lunch.
I'm sorry, just very quickly. It's for Amanda, and it's a very quick question. I've always felt that the headings, I mean, in a country, a peripheral country, I've always felt like it's like a kind of discrimination in some of the headings. But your communication today, it made me think that there's also a kind of censorship. So I would like to ask you if you feel that this censorship is kind of intentional or not intentional, or is more like a reflect of this like system where how decide to organize our knowledge. I mean, I don't know if I can make myself clear. I mean, if there's an institution saying how to organize her knowledge, and it's by doing this, it's kind of a censorship, intentional or intentional, or is more like discrimination? That's the question.
I think when it comes to where to put things, I don't think it can be intentional, don't get me wrong, but I would say that for the vast majority of materials, especially if it's something that the cataloger is not a specialist in, because unless you have a very large library, you don't have a lot of catalogers that are specialized in specific subjects. So I truly believe that the catalogers are doing the best that they can to get the information out, and if they're wrong, sometimes, I mean, you know, they're generally very willing to change something. But I think rather than being intentional, unless there's some sort of background thing like, you know, not wanting to put juvenile homosexuality or, you know, something like that. The vast majority is just that they're not subject experts and they're trying to get it out to the public, and they're hoping, like in some of the examples that I showed, that someone will come behind them and enhance the record that may know more than they know. There's a lot of cataloging that is done pre-publication even, but even those catalogers, because I used to be a contract cataloger who did that type of cataloging, you're not a subject expert in everything. So I like to think that it's positive intent and not malicious, though it may be malicious at times.
Okay, we're gonna, I think, break for lunch there. We're gonna be back here at 2:15, and if everyone can give a huge round of applause for the great presentations. Thank you.
you. Welcome back, everyone. We'll start. Just to introduce myself again, my name is Rana Abdurrahman. I am the chair for Art Library section, and I'm a senior librarian at International Library. Thank you, all of you, for coming today. I will start by introducing Julie Judkins, the department head of the Special Collection and Archives Research Center of Oregon State University. She will be presenting a speech by the title, Do Alternative Facts Belong in Acid-Free Boxes? The Ethics and Obligations of Archiving Misinformation. Here you go, welcome. Just one moment. Hola, gracias por invitarme. Hello, it's a pleasure to be with you all. Thank you for having me, and especially thank you for returning after lunch. Before I begin my presentation, I wanted to lay out the roadmap of what I'll be talking about today. I'm going to share my background and my current circumstances as an academic librarian living in the United States that influences how I approach this topic. I'll also provide some background on the history of misinformation and an overview of human psychology in relation to misinformation. I'll outline why you might choose to collect misinformation, as well as some strategies to overcome challenges related to archiving misinformation. Then I'll give a brief update on where I'd like to take this research next. I prepared this presentation with contemporary sources in mind, but I believe the content will also be of interest to those working with historical materials. So, some background about me. As you heard, I'm an academic librarian and archivist in the United States who currently lives in Oregon, which is generally a liberal state, and I work for a state institution. Before taking my current job, I previously worked in a conservative state, Texas, for a state university that collected socially liberal materials. It was at my prior university, located near Dallas, Texas, that I first became interested in the topic of archiving misinformation. In the summer of 2016, my institution received the papers of a local writer who wrote a well-known book about the 1963 assassination of United States President John F. Kennedy that was adapted into a popular film. The book is controversial and is currently considered to be, at least in part, a conspiracy theory. We all will find out if that's true when the records are unsealed, I think in 2039. So theory is still out on that. If you're not familiar with the term conspiracy theory, it's a category of misinformation that questions whether things are what they seem. Specifically, whether political leaders and others in power are concealing important information from the public. The collection contained materials related to the Kennedy assassination, but also materials related to other topics that have associated conspiracy theories, including the September 11th terrorist attacks and alien abductions. These materials, particularly those related to the September 11th attacks, posed many challenges regarding description and access. My colleagues and I questioned the best way to provide context about these items to make clear that we were not endorsing these items as truthful. Our concern was increased by the fact that we had already had negative experiences answering questions related to our news media collection, a separate collection, by patrons who accused us of hiding or destroying footage related to topics in which they were interested. We, of course, had not hidden or destroyed these materials. They did not exist. One frustrated patron named my supervisor on his website as someone who was involved in the conspiracy in which he believed. Another man, when he was unable to access what he hoped to find, made threatening comments to a student employee, and a supervisor needed to defuse the situation. Events such as these were not something we anticipated when we took in collections. In the larger world as well, conspiracy theories have inspired violent actions, such as the January 6th insurrection on the United States Capitol in response to former President Donald Trump's unsubstantiated claim that the 2020 presidential election was stolen from him. While such extreme actions are not everyday occurrences, they are still possible, and it was in this context that I embarked on trying to figure out how to responsibly provide access to conspiracy theory materials. Another important piece of context is that I work in the United States, where free speech is protected under the First Amendment. While not all speech is protected, some speech that is offensive and could be considered hate speech is protected, such as, for example, a group marching through a city shouting racist slogans but not inciting violence, or an anti-transgender organization reserving a room at a public library to hold a meeting. It is possible that an archive might still choose to archive unprotected speech if it is deemed historically significant or important for holding a group or person responsible. In that case, I would recommend providing context about the acquisition and nature of the materials, as will be discussed later. A 2020 UNESCO publication on journalism education provided 3 helpful definitions that can help us differentiate between related terms for untruthful content. These terms are disinformation, misinformation, and malinformation. Disinformation is information that is false and deliberately created to harm a person, social group, organization, or country. Misinformation is information that is false, but not created with the intention of causing harm. Malinformation is information that is based on reality, used to inflict harm on a person, social group, organization, or country. In order to speak concisely and stay within my time limit, today in this presentation, I will use the term misinformation to encompass information that is created both with and without harm in mind. Misinformation is not new, although perhaps earlier examples were more commonly called propaganda or another such term. In fact, there is evidence of misinformation dating back to the Roman era. There have been falsehoods and propaganda spread throughout history to sway public opinion. Looking back at past examples of misinformation throughout history, it's clear that forms of technology, such as the printing press, television, or radio, have helped spread misinformation. So it's no wonder that we feel bombarded with misinformation today when we live in the age of the internet, which allows information to be distributed more readily than ever before, with few gatekeepers to verify the truth of what's being communicated. We don't yet know how artificial intelligence will play into this equation, but it is likely to increase the speed that misinformation can be created. The topic of misinformation has been widely written about in the media recently, especially in the United States during Donald Trump's campaigns and presidency. There has also been a fair amount written about how public and academic librarians can help members of the public navigate and interpret sources so that the public does not fall prey to misinformation. But I have found little written within the archival professional literature that is concerned with how misinformation, or more specifically, the archiving of misinformation, might impact the historical record. Most articles I've found that talk about archiving misinformation rely on journalistic sources and discuss impact on the media environment and civic life. If you are aware of sources discussing misinformation in the archival record, please let me know. My email will be on the last slide, and I'd like to hear from you. So why would we collect misinformation? I would argue that we should collect misinformation because it captures and put into archives. We should collect misinformation because it captures the full picture of society at a given time. If misinformation is prominent and influencing our politics and how we relate to each other, then the historical record will be weaker if we ignore or even censor content. Archiving misinformation is supported by the Society of American Archivists Code of Ethics. The Society of American Archivists, or SAA for short, is the largest professional organization for archivists in the United States. The SAA Code of Ethics lists accountability as one of the core values held by archivists in the United States. I'll read part of the explanation of archival accountability from the Code of Ethics to illustrate my point. SAA writes, quote, "Archivists help maintain documentary evidence of actions by individuals, groups, and organizations. By preserving records of societal experiences, functions, activities, and decision-making, archivists provide important resources for contemporary and future entities seeking accountability. In the public sphere, leaders must be held accountable both to the judgment of history and future generations, as well as to citizens in the ongoing governance of society, end quote. By suggesting that archives might consider collecting misinformation, I don't mean to say that archives should always strive to have materials from every possible perspective just to be complete. That would be impossible, and that's where archival curation expertise will need to come in. The SAA Code of Ethics also acknowledges that archives are not neutral, nor should they be, because they are staffed by humans who have inherent biases. The code states, decisions should always be made mindfully, aiming to ensure the preservation, authenticity, diversity, and lasting cultural and historical value of materials. If we're interested in collecting sources that provide a factual version of reality, it is important to understand what psychologists have discovered regarding how people process misinformation in order to understand if people can be persuaded by more reliable sources. Ulrich K.H. Ecker, an Australian professor of psychology, has done studies on whether people can be persuaded away from believing misinformation when they are presented with facts. The ideal situation, Ecker found, to correct misinformation would be to have an easy-to-understand and believable alternate and factual explanation to offer, which can take the place of the misinformation as an explanation. However, if alternate explanation is complicated, unsatisfying, or inconvenient, Ecker found that it's possible for the correction to backfire and for the listener to reject the explanation. Unfortunately, archival resources are not simple and uncomplicated. Primary sources are often complicated and require a certain type of information literacy to understand, what is commonly called primary source literacy. When I think of this information in light of archival sources, it seems clear that it will take a lot of context and explanation to have any hope of correcting the historical record if you introduce conspiracy theories into your archive, and thereby provide evidence for potential false explanations. Then there's the fact that conspiracy theories often appear because there is no easy explanation, so therefore no alternative. Conspiracy theories and the way humans make sense of the world and argue with each other is a worthy area of study, but given the facts of human psychology, if we collect so-called alternative facts, we should be prepared for those sources to be used to support research that furthers conspiracy theories. How then do we conduct reference interviews with patrons asking for sources of misinformation? Tom J. Smith of the Library and Archives Canada's Web and Social Media Preservation Program advises that a librarian or archivist does not need to compromise their professional values by meeting a patron's request for misinformation with a referral to sources without comment. However, he cautions that we should be, quote, tactful and not editorialize if it does not naturally arise in conversation with the researcher. The most important advice that I have is that context is very important when providing access to misinformation. This was the consensus among the sources I read on this topic. This makes sense because context is fundamental to archival description. Unlike published material, archival records are often unique, and therefore it is at the core of archival description to describe the circumstances of records creation. It would not be too out of the ordinary to comment on the reception or wider context of misinformation. A natural place to provide this context would be in the finding aid's scope and content note. In the finding aid or collection inventory, you might also include a statement about why offensive materials were collected, similar to an anti-racist statement, which explains the inclusion of materials containing racist or outdated terms. If you collect materials that approach an issue or event from different viewpoints, that is, several different collections, consider creating a guide separate from your finding aid on your website that provides further contextualization about the relationships between the collections. The second piece of advice that I would have would be to have a strong collection development policy. Of course, ideally, an archive has a strong collection development policy guiding their collecting in general. And when we're talking about misinformation, you're going to have a lot of the same concerns that you would bringing in any collection. That would be how much time, how much space, and what's the cost of maintaining those collections. That will be a consideration as well. But you also, of course, want to think about how it fits into your collection and whether it's related to your collections and whether it's going to divert your attention away from other materials that need to be made public. But then also, especially when we think of misinformation in a contemporary form, it's often created online, it's related to proprietary software or social media. So you're going to need to decide what your scope is and what formats you will take in and what volume you can afford to take in. If you're dealing with disinformation or malinformation, it's likely to be self-serving or profit or revenge motivated. These materials can contain important historical context, but it also might be playing into the creator's hands to make it accessible. If you decide to collect evidence of disinformation or malinformation, you'll want to pay close attention to how these materials are described. Remember that some bad actors purposefully create malinformation to distract the public from other issues. One advantage of placing misinformation in an archive is that the context provided by archival description can help disrupt the power of the emotions, such as fear, manipulation, and distrust associated with misinformation. You might also consider adding a broad disclaimer to your website that makes it clear that inclusion of materials in your archive does not mean that you endorse its content. Corey Camiso offers the solution of linking misinformation with more trustworthy information elsewhere, that is, outside of the archive, which will require a more open definition of archiving. Camiso advocates for an open data model and points out that there might be intellectual property concerns, such as whether the archive has the right to distribute the information they're linking to. I would also suggest that you think about when you are releasing materials to the public. We know that there can be strong emotions about secrecy. That's come up in some of these previous presentations, and perceived secrecy, as I alluded to earlier in my presentation. Especially if you're collecting on differing views on a topic, I would suggest that you try to make the different collections available around the same time so that it doesn't appear that you're being unbalanced or somehow censoring a certain viewpoint. You also want to make sure that you aren't collecting materials that you can't provide timely access to, and that you have a plan, a project plan for getting those materials available, because after all, when materials sit in our backlogs, it is a form of censorship because they're not available for research. I also would recommend that you have a plan for emotionally heightened patrons. I referenced in the beginning of my presentation a patron who became quite angry and where the situation had to be diffused. And I think much like you would plan for a natural disaster or a fire drill in your archive, you should have an action plan in place. I would recommend this for anyone working in public service. I used to work for an archive that was associated with a hospital, and we had to do de-escalation training. And while it's only come up a few times in my career in the 15 years since, it's been very helpful to me to have that de-escalation training, because as we know, archives have power and it can bring up really strong emotions in many different ways. I would also recommend, as you plan for dealing or interacting with emotionally heightened patrons, that you maybe practice some scripts or have some ready language so that staff members have that. Your plan could be as simple as always having a staff member as a backup so that somebody could call for help or otherwise assist. It doesn't have to be too complicated. But you also want to know what resources and what backup you have. You also, on the topic of censorship, want to plan for challenges to your materials. If you're collecting challenging materials, you might receive challenges or complaints from people, or at least questions about why you're collecting that material. So you want to decide what your workflow is, who's the point of contact, and what is your criteria for decision making. I think providing context on your website, perhaps in the form of an FAQ or other information, the contextual statements that I previously discussed, I think that will be a good entry point to a conversation with people that might complain or ask questions. You should also consider that materials might be challenging for your staff and your patrons. I know I've worked with some very difficult collections that have taken an emotional toll on me. So, you want to be, if you are in a supervisory position or if you're working with people, you want to have a plan for that. You want to look after the emotional well-being of your staff and make sure that they're comfortable. If you plan to use challenging collections in an exhibit or in teaching, I work for an academic institution where we collect materials in order to use them in teaching. You might consider how you will contextualize that information within the exhibit. One strategy is to use what's called a content warning, where you just have a brief, little placard or statement that says, be aware that this document contains racist language or violent imagery in this film. And that way you are signaling that you care about people's emotional well-being and they can choose how they want to interact with that material or, it'll help prepare them if they do interact. And I'm hesitant to recommend access restrictions since I do work for a state institution, I work for the public, but I do acknowledge that there are times where materials being public, at least in whole, could have potential impact on someone's life. We've seen this recently with the election interference 2020 situation. There were individuals election workers who were named and had to testify before Congress, received death threats. I certainly would not want the archive to put a target on someone or otherwise put someone in jeopardy or make them uncomfortable. So I think that's going to be a case-by-case basis. You're going to have to make those decisions, but you might restrict a material for maybe that person's lifetime or whatever the consideration would be. I can say I spoke in the beginning of my presentation about the collection that inspired this, the conspiracy theory materials. A lot of those were born digital resources. They were created on a computer, so they could fit and be uploaded into our digital library very easily, but we decided, we described them, I went ahead and described them, I made them all ready to go, but we didn't publish them just because they were so inflammatory, and because it was related to September 11th, it did, we both did not want to endorse the theories that were being proposed, but also because it referenced individuals who perished, we didn't want to, cause extra grief for their families. So we made that decision. It's possible at some point they'll open those up again. So just briefly, so in presenting this presentation, I'm wrapping up the first phase of my research, which was to explore some potential strategies, do a literature review, gather contextual information, and the next step of what I hope to accomplish is actually interviewing people who are collecting challenging material or who have chosen not to, just to broaden my knowledge and gather more information about this topic. So that is all I have for today. My email is on the slide, julie.judkins@oregonstate.edu. If you have a comment or a question after my presentation, I would be happy to hear from you. But thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Julie. We had actually a brief discussion before she started, and now she kind of answered all my questions. So I loved it. Thank you so much. I'm presenting now Beth Kelmarks, an assistant university librarian of special collections from Texas A&M University, and Rebecca Hinkins, professor, Department of Global Languages and Cultures, College of Arts and Science, Texas A&M University College. They will be presenting unveiling the past, informing the future, combating censorship, and preserving controversial heritage collections in academic institutes. Where to go?
Okay, good afternoon. I hope everyone's awake after their post-lunch time. And I'll get started. In North America, well, maybe not. There we go. In North America, special collections departments were invented in the first half of the 20th century. In most institutions, they were formerly called treasure rooms and housed rare and unique books, maps, manuscripts, and artifacts with access limited to a select few. As libraries grew and their collections aged, the need for a unit to house and care for these special materials also grew. And so during the 1940s and into the 1960s, we see the first transformation of treasure rooms from being a room of curiosities into a distinct library unit designated for serious inquiry. In the late 1970s and 1980s, there was a second transformation as the field of special collections librarianship had evolved to discuss the challenges of preservation, the ethics of collecting practices, staffing levels, and the need to fund special collections in academic libraries. In 2000, actions had replaced words, and the third transformation of this field began with the hidden collections movement that focused on reducing backlogs, making collections accessible and discoverable, eliminating barriers, and investing in digital initiatives. Since 2000, American academic libraries have been in the process of transforming themselves from traditional collection-based institutions into service hubs centered around providing students with information in different formats and services related to student success, such as writing centers, one-button studios, first-year experiences, advising in Starbucks cafes. Transformation and transformative experiences are now the catchphrases throughout the library profession, and the topic of articles, professional meetings, and institutional mandates. And in the recent publication, The Future of Libraries, the author states that American academic libraries will need to transform themselves in order to stay relevant. And indeed, as American universities have become very similar to each other in terms of research collections, online databases, and services, many have moved to distinguish themselves from each other by promoting their institutions through their special collections. As universities seek to transform and revitalize their libraries in accordance with their core missions, to provide relevant and in-demand educational opportunities, to build cultures of equity, diversity, and inclusion on their campuses, to educate for performance as global citizens, and to strengthen their community connections, academic administrators have been acknowledging the collaborative possibilities of their special collections, their potential, and the need to actively promote the significance of their distinctive collections. However, as a result of clearing backlogs or promoting their collections, special collections librarians have uncovered collections or aspects of their collections or institutional history that they or in many instances, their institutions or members of the public would not have wanted exposed otherwise, such as the housing of indigenous peoples' sacred objects, oral histories, photographs, artwork, and manuscripts of questionable provenance, to the archival evidence of beloved campus war heroes having owned enslaved peoples or having fought against their freedom in the American Civil War, and whose statues stand on college campuses throughout the American South. In the United States, academic special collections have been grappling with these issues of stolen heritages, controversial collections, and the unrevising the revisionist history of the American Civil War, basically for the last decade or so. While university-based special collections libraries are not often seen as repositories for indigenous cultural heritage materials, many do house the artifacts, oral histories, and photographs, artwork, and manuscripts of questionable provenance. And in recent years, archivists at multiple institutions have begun decolonizing their collections by revising harmful or outdated language and text in archival finding aids and engaging in reparative cataloging practices. Some institutions, such as Yale or the University of Washington, have made concerted efforts to repatriate works or to protect indigenous cultural heritage by implementing the protocols for Native American archival materials. Other institutions, however, have chosen to put such collections into dark archives or to hide them in plain sight. And in recent years, due to DEI backlash, and that is diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, and the backlash against those in American universities and in institutions, such practices have been extended to collections questioned by state and local politicians who have been increasingly in presence in higher education, or by donors not wanting to have their ancestors' past brought into light. However, these new forms of censorship, whether practiced by librarians or by their institutions or by outside forces, have impacted and influenced special collections libraries, their collection development practices, and their sanitized versions of collections, and even their professional development engagements. Now, censorship in academic circles has existed as long as the written word or thought or expressions of ideas have existed. One of the earliest recorded instances of censorship directed towards scholars is a book banning and burning in 213 before Christian era by Emperor Yingzhen, the first emperor of China, who sought to secure his political base and targeted works written by Confucius scholars, as he felt these are subversive writings that threatened him and his newly uniformed country. While such forms of censorship, book burning and banning, continued over the next millennium, we see the origins of academic censorship develop with the development of universities in Europe throughout the 11th and 12th centuries. And the academic censorship now also included lists or indexes of banned books created by the church and sections of text expunged by censors or the inquisitors. And with the invention of the printing press in the 15th century, we see censorship moving out of the universities and into the public forum. And since then, book burnings and bans have frequently occurred as books become more numerous and more accessible as they aided the dispersion of ideas, knowledge, and information. People saw knowledge as a way to change themselves and the world, and it became a far more dangerous commodity, no longer controlled exclusively by the elite or by the church. And to quote one scholar, Hannah Maras, what better way to reshape the balance of power and to send a message at the same time by banning books? And one of the more well-known examples of academic censorship is that of the University of Padua between its faculty and church censors in the 16th century. And it's fair to say that its fallout was enough to make Nicholas Copernicus relatively quiet about his findings about the location of the earth, sun, and other heavenly bodies in order to avoid accusations of heresy and having his works expunged by the Inquisition or excommunicated or even being executed. And since the Enlightenment, you see censorship at the academic library level has seemingly taken a backseat to the more modern book bans or questioning now commonly seen in schools and public libraries in the United States. The American Libraries Association has collected over 4,200 unique book titles targeted for banning, as well as more than 1,200 demands or questioning to censor library books, materials, and resources. And in 2023, the ALA, American Libraries Association, noticed that titles representing voices and lived experiences of the LGBTQ and the people of color individuals comprised 47% of those targeted in censorship attempts in almost every state in the Union. And prior to 2020, the vast majority of challenges to library books and resources were brought usually by a single parent who sought to remove or restrict access to a book their child was reading. However, according to the ALA, and from personal experience, the recent censorship data now show evidence of a growing, well-organized conservative political movement, the goals of which include removing books about race, history, gender identity, sexuality, reproductive health from America's public schools and libraries that do not meet their approval. While more is known and written about book censorship at the public and school libraries level than at the academic library level, present-day academic libraries did and still do, I'm sorry, I gotta read my handwriting here. Present-day libraries have only been the target of questioning by political, present-day libraries did and still do engage in passively active forms of censorship, such as not purchasing controversial materials, by not cataloging such acquired materials, resulting in undiscoverable and inaccessible backlogs, by establishing collection development policies that would prohibit their acquisition of certain materials that are controversial by their subject matter, ideas presented, imagery, author or ownership, or by putting such collections or materials into special collections with restricted access or status or even dark archives. And the profession is seeing a new type of censorship in academic libraries in the wake of the DEI banning initiatives, that is the banning of the use of diversity, inclusion, and equity in their languages on campus. And that is moved beyond these traditional forms of censorship, and it's now affecting librarians and their participation in professional activities. And if you look at this slide, you will see two banners that were created for the Rare Books and Manuscript Section Annual Conference that was to be held in 2025. The top banner was the originally proposed banner with the conference title, A Multitude of Stories, Decolonizing Special Collections. And below it is the edited version because of concern of librarians expressed who feared they would not be able to attend the conference if their institution saw the word decolonization in any form. Although the words diversity, inclusion, and equity were not in the title, concerns were voiced that the librarians would not be permitted to attend, and as a result of this DEI backlash, we are not just censoring collections, ideas, or the imagery, but we now have become censors of our own selves. And now I will turn over the lectern to my colleague, Rebecca Hankins, who will describe in greater detail the combating of censorship and preserving controversial heritage collections in academic institutions.
Okay. Is it? It's not start. Oh, you still. Oh, okay. 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 All right. Well, while we're waiting for my presentation, I just wanted to thank the Rare Books and Special Collections and the Art Libraries section of IFLA for inviting me, and also want a special thanks to Isabel, who was very patient with all of my questions and changes. Okay, all right. Okay, so I'm looking at specific collections and heritage materials that are being censored, and this presentation will particularly focus on Texas, but also I will pull in other aspects of censorship that have gone on. So 3 areas that I'm looking at are targeted collections, targeted heritages, and how we can challenge some of these narratives and behaviors that are going on, how we can be activists ourselves. I'm so glad that Julie talked about the SAA core values and code of ethics that we as archivists and special collections librarians do embody. But one of the areas that many of us in the archival profession have started to challenge is the whole idea of archives and archival collections as contested spaces, period. This is why you have the community archives movement, and also our traditional view of the 2 principles of archival collecting, provenance and original order, are now being examined for their very problematic nature of how they have been used to silence diverse voices and promote exclusionary practices. So provenance in particular has been a real problem because it has looked at the original source or ownership of materials as the principal collecting focus. And it is often thought to be a very untouchable principle, but what we are understanding now is that often the original source is not known or has been usurped by those in charge or those in authority or those who have the funds to buy something. And for example, I always give the example of the papers of Eldridge Cleaver. Texas A&M has papers from Eldridge Cleaver. They didn't come from him. They came from a vendor. And when I asked the vendor, how did you get these papers? They were left in a storage unit. So who really owns those papers? And who should be making decisions about them? And too often that has happened with too many of our collections. And so I'm glad that people are talking about this issue of provenance and how problematic it has been. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the targeted collections at Texas A&M that they're trying to censor and keep hidden from individuals. And one of those, as Beth has mentioned, are the Klan materials. Texas A&M has a pretty substantial Ku Klux Klan collection that they've cataloged under a term called American nativism that most people have no idea what that's talking about. Most people think you're talking about indigenous people, but that's how those papers were cataloged. And so there's a pretty large, and most of their photographs, their documents, there's newspapers, there's Klan robes. As you can see, this is a picture of KKK baptism of women of the Klan. There's a couple of pictures in the collection that have women in Klan robes who are involved in baptisms. The KKK was very strong in Texas. Texas was the lynching, where we are in Texas A&M. Brazos Valley was, Brazos County was the lynching capital of Texas. And so people don't want to talk about that. But this is Klan rallies that took place in Waco. And what's interesting about these photographs that we have of Klan rallies, some of them, they don't even have on masks. They're just parading through the town with throngs and throngs of people out as if you're, celebrating a parade. And that's an actual picture of a newspaper article of a Klan rally that took place in Bryan, Texas, where we are located, Bryan and College Station, Texas. And so these are parts of the history that people really don't want put out there. Of course, the LGBTQ collections have definitely come under attack at Texas A&M. There's a really important case that took place at Texas A&M where the gay students had to file a lawsuit against Texas A&M in order to get funding for their organization. This took place in 1977. The case itself went to the appellate court where they won, but the Texas A&M appealed the case to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court sided with the students, and they were able to get, I think, about $200,000 back, $250,000 for back fees that they were owed. So this was an important case for Texas A&M's history, that us building materials around this is important to Texas A&M's history. And then there's also one of the largest LGBTQ collections that we house at Texas A&M is the Don Kelly Collection on Gay History and Culture, which I'm proud of. That's the collection that I was the one who brought it to the university's attention. This is a collection that's now over 40,000 plus items, and it has an endowment. There are internships available for students. We have a fellowship that is available, but in the last couple of years, we've been having issues trying to get support from the university. We had an agreement with the College of Liberal Arts, which they got rid of, which is now the College of Arts and Science, that supported us doing this fellowship. So these are the kinds of things that we are facing. Draggyland was a really very popular drag show that we sponsored at Texas A&M for years. In 2022, the university refused to support the organization, even though they had been supporting it regularly. So the organizers went ahead and they got all this funding from the students. So there's a need for this. There's an interest in this. So the students were able to fund it and get them to put the show on Texas A&M University's campus. But these are part of the ways that, as we're collecting materials, they are in support of these organizations, these individuals who are trying to document this kind of history. And we've also, the transgender community, of course, it's a tiny community at Texas A&M University, but they decided to close out the health services, and it was only 41 students. You have an institution that has over 80,000 students. There were 41 students getting gender-affirming care at the Student Health Center, and they shut that down. So it's pettiness that we're finding in so many ways, too. And targeting heritage for censorship. This is huge in Texas. I teach classes in Africana Studies and the history of Texas A&M. And I ask my students constantly as I teach these classes, how many of them know the history of the Confederacy in Texas? What have they been told about the Civil War? What have they been told And most of them have not been told any of that history. They don't know that Texas, that the Constitution of the Republic of Texas enshrined chattel slavery, that slaves would be, enslaved people would be slaves for life. They don't know any of that. They don't know that Texas was a sanctuary city where slave owners rushed into Texas in order to maintain their enslaved people. They don't know that. They're just finding out about Juneteenth, the fact that Texas was the last Confederate state to free their enslaved people, that it took 2.5 years. Students don't know any of this history, and that it was only through force that this happened. So this is history that has been censored throughout, decades. And I'm talking about college students who don't know this history. They don't know about lynching. They don't know that history that, as I said, Brazos County, where I live, was the lynching capital of Texas, that Texas had the 3rd largest lynchings in the United States, and that it was a common practice. They don't know about this whole idea. This is what they've been told about. It's the lost cause reframing of the Civil War, that it was the war between the states, that there were these individuals who were, they were outmanned. They didn't have the funding that the Union had. So this misinformation is coming through as you see students come into the institution, the higher institution. But the real tragedy of a lot of this is that they are passing it on, and it continues. Texas A&M has one of the largest educational departments, and I had a confrontation with a number of students who were talking about the Civil War, but they didn't want to talk about the fact of slavery to their students. These were students who would be K through 12 teachers, and I'm saying, how are you not going to talk about that to your students? Oh, they're too young. No, they're not too young. If you can talk to them about the circuses and stuff that came today, you can talk to them about the Civil War. And so a lot of these pictures that you're seeing are in Texas A&M's yearbooks. And so you have individuals who have no idea what Juneteenth actually means and why it's finally, in the last 2 years, a celebration or acknowledgement that Texas was the last state in the Confederacy to free their enslaved people. But even in that, and they went into Galveston, but even in Galveston, you go there, you'll see Confederate statues. They have Confederate statues to those individuals who wanted to enslave the people there, but they don't have any acknowledgement of what the Juneteenth and what the whole issue of enslaved Africans were in Galveston. And here we come to, this is the sacred cow in Texas A&M, and I get in a lot of trouble for this. But this guy is a Confederate general whose statue is on Texas A&M's campus. He is a Confederate general. And I hear my students and I've had other scholars and researchers say, well, did Sol Ross have a Klan robe at Cushing? And I said, why would he need to have a Klan robe? Everybody knows he was a Confederate general. Why would you need a Klan robe to know that he was a white supremacist? This is the person who they bring the students through the campus. They put pennies on his shoes. His statue is right outside of my building, so I have to see this every day. And this is one of the main reasons why there's all this pushback about the history at Texas A&M, is because Sol Ross is there. They feel that he embodies everything that Texas A&M is about, which says a lot. Here's one of the presidents at Texas A&M who was head of the board of directors, which is now the Board of Regents. He was a Klansman at Texas A&M in Cushing. We have a Klan robe that is under Cavitt's name. They say it's his nephew's Klan robe. Who knows? I do know that when he died, the Klan made sure he had a series of wreaths that have KKK at his funeral. We do know that. We do know that the Texas A&M celebrated coach was a Klansman. We have his Klan robe. It has his name in it, Dana X Bible. So it's not a mystery that these are individuals. What Beth didn't mention to you is that they tried to take his Klan robe and say his family wanted this robe. They wanted to take it back. It was like, why would you want to take it back? They don't like that history is being told. And so this man is the founder of the 12th man mythology at Texas A&M. Everybody knows that. And when I tell them, you're talking about a Klansman who, at the time that he was a coach at Texas A&M, you can look at records that show that there were brutal lynchings that took place during the time that this man was a Klansman and the coach at Texas A&M. I tell people all the time, I'm not making up any of this stuff. You can go and find it yourself. So the KKK, that's another picture. But I also want to talk about ethnic studies. This was the first studies that was under attack. This happened in the 1990s when they started to, try to censor learning about the Hispanic education, Hispanic studies, Latino studies, and so ethnic studies was attacked initially in the 1990s. They won that case, but now you're seeing attacks on African American history, and that is taking place all over the country, where you have individuals trying to change African American history and make it into something that is digestible to I don't know who. It's not an accurate telling of that history. And then, of course, you got the war on DEI, which is also the war on critical race theory, which is also the war on African American history, which is any ethnic group's history, there is a war on that. And so it's being, the Chronicle of Higher Education is documenting all of the attacks on DEI that are going on throughout the country, and it's almost in every state. So how can we challenge that narrative? Well, one of the ways that we've done to challenge that narrative is to digitize the yearbooks at Texas A&M. And we thought about that because, again, there are problematic images in the yearbook. There are white supremacists, there are students with Klan robes, there are all kinds of problematic, blackface, things of that nature. But we thought it was important so that people could see that. They could see that Dana X Bible was a coach there. They can see Sol Ross and all the information about him. So you have this documentation that if you're interested in, you can search through these digitized yearbook and find out all of this information that I'm, like I tell them all, I'm not making any of this stuff up. You can go into the archives. You can look at the digitized yearbooks and find this information. We have Africana Studies. I'm a professor of Africana Studies. I have academic freedom, somewhat, academic freedom to teach what I want to teach when it relates to Africana Studies. And that makes a difference when you have people who are able to talk about this history from a realistic and ethical and from a point of view that students are not hearing. Even from, Texas A&M has a great history department, but they don't talk about a lot of this history. I built collections that deal with other types of individuals who are, there's a lot of material on the modern civil rights movement. It was very important for me to talk about the other alternative movements that were also a part of the civil rights movement that really predate what our understanding of the modern civil rights movement is about. So I built collections that look at Black radical politics, Black radical groups. The Black communists, the Black socialists, who were very prominent in pushing against the oppression that was going on in the United States. We also have collections that deal with Hispanic studies and Latin Americans and Latinos. So it's very important that we document these because outside of African American women, there was no other group that was not allowed to attend Texas A&M. So Latinos have always been a part of Texas A&M, so they can't say, oh, you're adding something in here that wasn't a part of it. Yes, they were there from the beginning of this institution. So we also have lectures and workshops. Sorry, these pictures are not the biggest, but it's important for me to talk about these things. Most people don't know that there were Japanese interned in Texas, and that there were German prisoners of war in Texas. And if you look at how the German POWs were treated as opposed to when they had the Japanese intern, it's very stark, very stark. They allowed the German prisoners of war to basically deal with and behave just like they did in Germany. And so there's also pictures that we have, and the need to talk about how what's going on with immigrants now is similar to what has happened all throughout Texas history. Texas expelled Latinos. They were lynched all throughout Texas. So it's important to understand that these are shared histories and that they are not just cyclical. There's a straight line that shows what's going on now has happened in the past. And of course, we just recently had a LGBTQ history exhibition that included 11 other institutions in Texas. So we are partnering with other organizations to make sure that we are documenting this and letting them know this is important to the history of Texas. And as I said, the Don Kelly Research Collection Fellowships are very important to documenting that history. We've had fellows from all over the country who have come and used the collection and done presentations and research. We have exhibitions that we put on where we bring in not just the public, but the students, making sure that the students are aware of the collections that we have. And we also have worked with other performance groups and making sure that everyone feels welcome to come into Texas A&M, and that we are, it is important for us to document all of the communities. We've had talks by individuals. Mayor Anise Parker was the first out lesbian voted in as Houston mayor, and we brought her in and had her do a series of conversations. And then we've also had Dustin Lance Black, who did the Academy Award nominated film Milk, and we brought in individuals to ensure that all of this is really important to show that there's an audience for the collections that we have. And more than anything, I encourage us to partner with students, because even at Texas A&M, students have a right to do diverse programming. They've done all kinds of diverse programming, and this is one of the largest programs here. The Woodson Black Awareness Committee does every year a Martin Luther King Jr. breakfast. This year they had Angela Davis, and they asked me to be in conversation with her, which I was happy to do, and also Ruby Bridges, who is a civil rights icon herself. So partnering with students is one way for us to challenge what is going on in our communities. And that's it. And these are some resources for further reading. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. Now we have short time to receive some questions. Sure.
So I really, truly appreciate how much you were both, Beth and Rebecca, willing to share about this. This is really inside baseball, but I used to work at Washington and Lee University, which has a very similar interaction. And it's very easy to lose that narrative, right? To let the public kind of take hold, right, of that narrative. And, when we, one of the things that we talked about, as faculty at WNL was, the relationship between sort of town and gown, right? And I hate to sort of use that because again, it's such a, but do you're doing so much within the university and that's amazing, but how do you integrate in with the community outside of the university? Do you get that pushback, from outside of the university as well? What's that relationship between, you as sort of professionals with special collections and students, but, people that want to sort of force their own narrative onto you and your university?
Okay. I'll tell you, for the community So Texas A&M is in Bryan College Station. Together there are close to maybe 300,000 citizens in that area. I will say that some of the community is very conservative too. So getting the support of the community has been much more challenging. But I will say for the Don Kelly collection, my colleagues and I went outside of the university to get that support, and we were able to really get the support to get the university to support getting that collection, which cost us. And so it's been, I mean, you try to work with the community as much. The LGBTQ community has been amazing in terms of just being supportive of the work that we have been doing. And also the students, and I think Beth will agree, the students at Texas A&M, at least the students who are willing to get out there, and the newspaper, the Battalion is a student-run newspaper, those students don't put up with anything. They just, what they call deactivated the LGBTQ minor, and it was the students who did an expose to find out what the university decided it was going to do. And I'm a member of the faculty in the Women's and Gender Studies program. So we had already, we knew they were coming after the LGBTQ minor, but the students went behind because what they'd said is they were deactivating like 52 minors, but they were only going to do that because there was an organization that was pushing to get rid of the LGBTQ minor. And so in order to hide their desire to get rid of that, they said, oh, we're getting rid of all of these other minors too. But it was the students who found out exactly what they were trying to do. So, you know, our students have just been such a big support for us at Texas A&M. Yours not working.
I would say I agree with everything that Rebecca had to say about the community. I think what it is at this point, I think it's generational in that there is strong traditions on our campus and that certain generations want to keep and hold those generations for as long as possible. And the student body and the students that I'm working with aren't of that generation, and they see things differently, and we're having that type of clash on campus right now of the students also come from a very conservative background, but they're also seeing things differently when they come to campus, which is a great fear also of certain administrators and the community members, that whole idea that when you send them off to college or university, they're going to that liberal den of inequity where they're going to learn all those bad things. And so it is, I would say, I see change. We call it purpling in the United States, where you have the red states who are very conservative, and you have the blue states, which are very progressive, liberal, and wanting to do certain things, but it's the pushback that we get from a certain element in the university community and a pushing down, such as the Don Kelly Fellowship, we're going to put it out an announcement that basically the wording was said, open to all artists and writers, particularly those who are interested or students of LGBTQ history and literature. And we had to remove the part about LGBTQ, so now the description of the fellowship says, the Don Kelly Fellowship, open to all writers and artists. And so we have it coming from downtown, from the administration, we have it from certain elements of the community, but we are seeing pushback with students.
Hi there. I'm Sarah. I'm from the Library of Virginia, which is the state library and archives in Richmond, Virginia. So we face many of the same issues that you have been talking about within our collections. I just want to thank you all for being so brave today. I think it takes real courage to talk about not only the issues, but the collections and the problematic relationships you may have with your institutional perspectives. So I'm just honored to hear how transparent you are in that conversation. I think it's really important for us to have brave conversations like this within the library world. One question, this kind of came out of Julie's talk, but I think all of you could probably address this. What do you do when your material that you've processed, perhaps you've had it processed for years, you've had descriptions and finding aids available online, overnight becomes challenging? And we've seen this happen with, campus sexual abuse cases, all kinds of things that are being sort of discovered and opened up now, particularly with the advent of social media and sort of the connectivity globally of information. What do you do? How do you respond to that? Because things happen fast, but sometimes archives are slow.
I haven't had that exact situation, but I know that I think it's just important to be responsive, I guess would be my, to not, I have been fortunate to work at institutions that have been supportive of us providing access to our materials, so it can be somewhat of a different circumstance if your administration isn't supportive. I do know at my current employer, before I came, there was a bit of a kerfuffle, kind of like was talked about with the KKK materials at Texas A&M. I think every institution has, problematic images in their yearbooks, and that was something that my colleagues dealt with. It actually, I think they addressed that. There was, this was when, I think, I may be speaking incorrectly, because again, I wasn't at my institution, but I applaud my colleagues because this began, again, we're very privileged to have administration support, but this began a time of exploring, anti-racist practices within our library, and as I understand it, it led to actually looking at the names that were on our buildings on campus and making changes where needed. One of my colleagues was, who's an archivist, joined, across the university committee to look into that. And I can always connect people with her because I can't speak on that. But I think in my perspective, again, knowing that I'm in that privileged position of having institutions that want to be transparent and so forth, I can think of one example. So in Oregon, the two main state universities, one is where I work, Oregon State, and one is the University of Oregon. And there's a really intense rivalry. I grew up in Oregon my entire life. It was referred to as the Civil War game. And with Black Lives Matter and other consciousness raising in the United States, it became apparent that that was a very problematic term to be using for a football game. there was support from administration, but we went through and we changed that description in our finding aids on our website. This came from the president of the university who acknowledged that this was a problem, so that of course gave ownership gave the archive the authorization to engage in this work, of course, which I realize is very privileged, but that, we created a lot of guides on our website, and a lot of it was explaining to people who, and I'll admit, having grown up in Oregon, I did kind of have that knee-jerk reaction of like, but that's what it's called, and but I think it's that consciousness raising and explaining like why this is problematic, how this hurts, your fellow students. So those are some examples. I don't, that was a kind of overnight, like, and I had when I was interviewing for my job, I thought, oh, yeah, no, that actually is really harmful. And so I think it's also maybe just investigating your own biases and being open to that. So, yeah.
Any more questions? This is last question.
Hi, this is a question for Julie. Wasn't the term conspiracy theory coined by the Central Intelligence Agency to discredit people who were bringing up valid points about their activity? This is what I've heard, too. Secondly, we use this term misinformation, disinformation. So I'll start out by saying I do not believe the official story of 9/11 either. I think there's a lot of holes in it. And furthermore, I think the United States government itself has been a prime source of misinformation and disinformation. We can go back to the 1967 Gulf of Tonkin. We can go to the 1991 invasion of Kuwait when they brought up the babies in incubators. We can go to 2003 when they used false information to evade Iraq about weapons of mass destruction. We can go on even today to, or 2 years ago, to the Nord Stream. Seymour Hersh, the journalist, proposed that actually the United States blew up the Nord Stream pipeline. So I guess my question is, like, when you're applying this term misinformation, it seems to me like if I was going into your archives and you had on this box, this is misinformation, that would seem to me condescending. So, I mean, Rebecca and Beth could maybe address this too if they want. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. No, that's, I think you brought up some really good comments, and yeah, I hear that.
Yes, I agree that those terms can be turned on their head. The whole idea of subversiveness is something that the U.S. has engaged in, and also looking at it from even a way of, because I consider myself a social justice subversive archivist who tries to find ways that subvert the narrative that is out there in order to ensure that those voices that are too often silent, and as Oprah said, has your voice been silenced or is it silent? Both of those things that we see too often in the archives. So yeah, the terminology that we use I think is definitely an issue that you have to be you have to be critical of. That's my whole idea about the whole notion of provenance. These are terms that can be used against you as an institution, or they can be used in terms of silencing voices. So I think you're absolutely right. I mean, COINTELPRO is another instance of how the U.S. government infiltrated progressive and black power groups. So we can't just say misinformation is something that has been a bad thing or a good thing, because it's how it's been used. And I think one of the other panels talked about that in terms of the language that is used, especially in the archives. And I think that's what even Amanda was talking about, this whole idea of reparative descriptions and really being intentional about how we're describing things and understanding that they could have, these unforeseen, unintended consequences.
Yeah, and no, I take to heart what you say, and I think as I continue looking into this, I'll be more careful with my language. Yeah, like I say, I'm trying to present in this is not an excuse for me, but I'm trying to present to people where English is not a native language, and I see that this is a really, I'll admit I was very nervous to present on this topic, and I know how nuanced it is, so I definitely take your criticism to heart, so thank you for that.
Thank you so much.
Uh, 10 minutes to change into the panel, so be back in a minute.
Yeah, because you're in the. You do the other way around. Yeah. Because your image is on the screen. Yeah. It's not on the big one. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Hello. Good afternoon. You must be the die-hard librarians who left the last of the Mohicans in the library. Very good you're here. We have only half an hour left, so we'll have a short panel discussion here. And I made a small presentation during the day to summarize it up a little bit. And I hope you will all join me in the conversation. But let me start with the title I came up with yesterday for this panel, Actio Lectora. It's Catalan, of course. We were in the Catalan National Library yesterday, and this is their logo, more or less. How do you pronounce it, Isabel? Llegir, aprendre, écrire? Is that Catalan? Yes, it's Catalan. Okay. So read, learn, and create, and that's what we did today. So it sums up a little bit our day of the conference today. And I will start with a little story. We are librarians. We're all librarians. So when I arrived here last Sunday, I got a message in the afternoon. There's a book fair going on in Barcelona. And we got a message about half an hour before the book fair was supposed to end. So you can imagine me running around the streets of Barcelona in a very hot and humid climate to be in time to see all the booksellers packing up their books and presenting the last books. So I ran around all these bookstalls and I found a book. Of course I found a book. This little volume, beautiful vellum binding, with this story. A Spanish translation of the famous story of Genoveva. Vida de Genovesa, Sancta Genovesa Princesa. Do you know the story of Genoveva? Oh, come on, librarians. The story of... Sorry?
If I know it, I don't know it by that name.
Not by that name. Maybe you know it. Aren't you? You know Genoveva. It's written by a German monk. I'll explain the story of Genoveva a little bit to you. Genoveva was married to Siegfried, a German count, a Palzgraf, and they were happily married. And Siegfried had to go to war, so he left his wife at his castle. And he asked his friend to keep an eye on his wife while he was fighting the war. Well, you know how these stories go. He really kept an eye on her, this friend. No? But she refused. She was a fierceful lady. She refused. And this guy, this friend of Siegfried, became very mad on her. Because he did not go to his advances. And when Siegfried returned from war, his friend told Siegfried, "Your wife? Oh, she has been going around with different men while you were fighting, you know." And Siegfried becomes very mad. He asks, he asks for his wife, and he asks for an executioner, and he tells him, "Take my wife and drown her in the woods." With the little kid. She also had a little kid, a little son. Drowned them both in the woods. And the executioner took his wife and her kid to the woods. But he couldn't do it, of course. So he left her in the woods, in the Ardennes, in Belgium. And Genoveva survived in a cave by the help of a roe deer, who gave milk to the son. And she lived in the woods for 7 years. And then Siegfried returned. He was at a hunting party in the woods, and he found his wife in the woods, and she survived miraculously. So he immediately believed she was innocent, of course, and she was restored at the crown. Anyway, and she was, of course, the heroine of this story. She survived, and she became the queen again. It was a very popular story in the Netherlands from the Middle Ages, 8th century, and it was adapted in all kinds of forms. It went to theater, music, popular novels, printed broadsides, all kinds of stuff. It even went to Barcelona. It was printed in Barcelona. And to my surprise, this is a picture of the story of Genoveva. This is the popular culture of the 17th and 18th century, Genoveva. And she even arrived in Barcelona. She even has a statue in Barcelona, in the Barcelona Zoo. And you see here. But it's not true. It's fake news. Genoveva never existed. Genoveva was made up by a monk, one of your monks, Flavia. He wrote down the story to promote his convent. He had a newly built convent, and he situated the story in the neighborhood of the convent just to promote the area, a commercial monk. So it was fake news. So what questions can be asked to this case of Genoveva, to the topic of today, to censorship? We can ask what would Lorenzo of Luca think of the story of Genoveva. Flavia, what do you think? Would he have loved the story?
I didn't expect that.
No, I know. That's exactly why I asked you. I think Lorenzo would have taken the book in his library, one of the 610 volumes I think he had in his library, maybe one of the forbidden books. What would North Korea think of the book? Will it be banned? Should we archive this popular story full of misinformation in acid-free boxes? And how should we catalog this? A straight white Christian monk? No. Or should we take care of this in an acid-free box, or rather put it in a black secret box? The box of Simon. Let's talk about this. I've made a few statements for discussion, and I would like to ask the first 5 speakers to come up to the stage and sit behind the desk.
In any order?
In any order, yeah. You can sit next to Genoveva.
Amanda, we want you to stand on the chair.
And I would like you all to participate in the discussion, so please come to the front if you like. It's just librarians here. You can come to the front. And let me read out the first statement I wrote down today. Research into the history of censorship is not only relevant from a historical point of view, but also as a warning light for present-day repression of the written and printed word. Who will reflect on this? Blair.
Well, actually, I'm teaching a course on...
Put on your microphone.
Sorry. Right there?
Yeah, you're hot.
Can you hear me? Okay. Actually, I'm teaching a course on intellectual freedom at the Faculty of Information at the University of Toronto. So this has come up, and what we found on present-day censorship, I have my colleague who I'm teaching it is from Iran, and he says that all these censors learn from one another. So all the sensors learn from one another.
Yeah.
So they, especially adapting to different circumstances. So one of the more alarming things to me is, okay, so we've had censorship in, book form, but the world of information has opened up so much to other social media like Twitter and YouTube and what are some others? I can't. Instagram, yeah, Facebook. So now what we're finding is like people are getting banned from Facebook. They're getting, their videos are being taken down from YouTube. People were getting kicked off Twitter massively before, and Elon Musk said he'd stop it, but in fact it's still going on. So it certainly is something to worry about, and especially when the more and more reports you hear of people getting arrested at the airports in the United Kingdom, for example, when they come in. In Canada, there was just recently a woman she went to Moscow to a peace conference, and she was arrested by the Canadian Intelligence Service. So, there's the case of Julian Assange, Edward Snowden. So, I think that we're in a new age of repression. We have to really watch ourselves, I think, especially in our so-called nominal democracies, which may not be so democratic as we think they are.
Okay. Who would like to react on this? You can choose, otherwise I'll just come to you. Peter from Sweden.
Well, I didn't expect that to say quote. Actually, I don't know what to say.
No?
No. I will return later. But I have another question. I have been thinking about this, and I haven't heard it mentioned during the day, what has been called in the history of censorship, the paradox of censorship. If you try to erase something in the old books that Flavio was talking about, I think that the readers go directly there. And I would like to hear what you think about that idea, the paradox of censorship. That it can, in reality, can actually direct your attention to something instead of, removing it.
Okay. So if you don't have an answer, you can always, ask another question. Yeah.
Obviously, whenever you censor something, it does draw attention. So the censors are, in fact, defeating their purpose, because someone could write a very obscure book and suddenly it's censored and it gets into the news media, and suddenly everybody wants to buy it. So often it has the direct opposite effect of what the censors desire, I guess. Is that what you're talking about? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'm trying to think of one book that's been censored, and then there's been so many. I have jet lag still, so.
Okay. When you're jet lagged, we go to the internet. We go to Alexander from Norway, who's our moderator for the internet audience. How many people are watching on the internet?
Yeah.
Is it working? No.
No.
Oh, you can use Flavia's.
We have currently we have 9 people watching.
So 9 questions.
9 questions, in theory.
Did someone reflect on this? Or?
No, not yet, unfortunately.
Not yet.
But I do have my own reflections on if I may.
You may. Go ahead.
I'm very intrigued by it was mentioned here, censorship not necessarily out of ill will, but the kind of the difference between misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation, the act of censoring or producing false knowledge, knowing it is false knowledge, and how and how you can kind of, is it right to censor information presented of ill will, or where do you draw the line? How would you know the difference? Because it is, we are seeing in our modern times that it is, we see a need to preserve true information as a strongly worded concept as that is, but how would you go about it? Like you mentioned, Blair, you can have your own thoughts about what constitutes as misinformation, but how can we, like, we would need some way to make sure what is the intention. I hope I'm explaining myself properly. I would be very interested to hear some thoughts about that. Like how can we make sure that we are presenting the accepted version of events? Because otherwise we will always be caught in a back and forth between what actually happened and not.
Anna, you would like to reflect on this?
No, if anybody wants to reflect on this, that's fine. I actually wanted to get back to bring back what Blair said about takedowns on social media versus, and also to Peter's point. So I don't want to derail anything from Alexander's question if he's got a response.
I'll respond to what Alex was saying. One thing that we try to do with subject headings is that there aren't very many, but there's like Holocaust denial literature as a subject heading. And actually I presented on that in the Netherlands. And the fact that the problem with it was, well, the World Jewish Congress sent a letter to the American Library Association and several other organizations, library organizations, because they did not like the placement of the call number for Holocaust denial. And they wanted us to address it. And because at the time I was the chair of the subject analysis committee for ALA, it came to me and my committee, and we wrote a proposal to the Library of Congress. We followed the guidelines to get Holocaust denial literature's classification number moved to the end of the classification numbers for the Holocaust. In the end, Library of Congress decided not to move it. I still don't agree with that decision, but we did what we could, and now it's up to the committee to decide if they want to try to pursue it more. But right now, to oversimplify the classification, you have historic information about the Holocaust. Then, there are a couple of more numbers. Then you have Holocaust denial. Then you've got a few more numbers. And then you've got personal narratives. So in essence, on the shelf, you would have a book called The History of the Holocaust. Then you would have some title that I'm making up that says, The Holocaust was fake. I mean, it would be denial literature. And then after that, then you would have the Diary of Anne Frank. Yeah. So, so even in cataloging, there is a order, and there's also where do you put misinformation. And the only other denial literature that we found at the time was for Holodomor. And because the Library of Congress is finally getting to where they are breaking out the geographic countries that were formerly under the USSR, they started with the Ukraine. So Holodomor denial actually is at the end of the classifications for Holodomor. So, it's just another way that that it happens.
Anyone?
Yeah, I guess I would be interested in Blair's perspective on this after our last panel and his question, because, one thing that I've been grappling with is that archives can hold people accountable, and thinking about some of the examples that you raised, the Iraq War, et cetera. What is your solution? What would you suggest? I'm curious what your opinion would be. Should that be archived? How do you contextualize that? Yeah, I'm curious in your opinion.
You mean misinformation, for example, about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq? Well, of course it would have to be archived because that was the official position of the American government. So you can't just hide it somewhere. On the other hand, I don't know if you would have to say this is misinformation because people can make up their own minds about it. And to me, it's obviously true that that was misinformation. There were no weapons of mass destruction available. So I don't know. I just question whether we have to label and tell users what they should be thinking or not, because it's up to them.
Thank you, Blair.
Okay.
Thank you. Let's go to the second statement, if this works. Oh, no. Present-day censorship and institutional censorship is demanding for librarian activism. Librarians rise up, even in the heat of Barcelona at the end of the afternoon. What do you think of this? We go to Mexico.
Thank you. Well, I think this statement is very important, and it's related to how committed you are with the freedom of speech, no? Because I mean, the censorship usually involves someone, somebody, some force trying not to think something special, trying to control anything. I mean, it can be a regime, it can be, think of Twitter again. We are now censorship. We suffer this censorship by the media. I mean, who decide what is correct or not. So I think it's a matter of commitment about the librarian and the freedom of speech. And also, when you do this, maybe like the Korean thing, at the end you said that in a kind of joke that if you were in jail, that's, I mean, it can be like a joke, but it can be true. I mean, you have to decide if you are going to commit yourself in order to defend a value that you think that it's right, that I do think that is right. But in what terms? I mean, if I go to jail, what happens with my family? So that's the trick of the censorship, because someone is trying to pressure yourself to do or don't do something.
If they put her to jail, would you go to the streets?
I would like to go to the streets, yeah, but that's a decision. I mean, you have to decide what you are going to do.
Okay. Thank you. Who? Yes.
And I think you're right, and I do think librarians have had to rise up. I mean, you think about right after 9/11 and how librarians from Connecticut decided that they would defy the FBI orders for them to turn over documentation. And they did put their careers on the line. Librarians are having to do that now with the banning of books. So absolutely, I definitely think that it's something that we probably never thought that would be a part of our careers, but it has become that.
You hear that even in rare books we have to be rebellious. Yes. Thank you very much. I would like the second five. Oh, sorry. Beth.
Well, I think you can guess that I think librarians should rise up, but in realistic terms, people can lose their jobs. I mean, at certain institutions, if you do not have tenure, you will be relieved of your duties. If you are questioned, about things, and you're told specifically, do not talk about those. Even though we may claim academic freedom on a university campus, they can still find ways of again, relieving you of your duties. So I think librarians have to be, definitely have to rise up, but they need the whole support system right now. And it's going to be through different ways of supporting librarians, and it's the profession taking it all on, not just specific groups, but the profession as a whole.
Thank you, Beth. I saw a question by...
If I may say something, since I'm here. So
Where are you?
I'm here.
Oh, okay, sorry, Flavia, okay.
So, no, I just wanted to say that I think that librarians are trying to do their part, and this is what happened indeed with the IFLA thing about Dubai, but I think the problem for me is that if it's just, well, at least for the Italian situation, for instance, I don't know how much of what we are doing is really influencing the society or the people around us. So my feeling is there is just a small part of librarians doing this, and all the rest of the people around us are not really seeing this. So, but I don't know if it's just my...
That's always the case with rebels. There's only a few rebels.
Okay.
Not everyone. We go to Isabel, our own rebel from the Red Book department.
Hi. Yeah, I was just thinking about reflecting the importance, not only librarians, but also information professionals to take a leading role when developing all these laws that protect the access to information. Because this is, for example, a thing that is happening in Spain, that our archivists are being for many years asking for a new law to access to information and to archives. But at the end of the day, sometimes they are not invited to that conversation. So I think it's important, librarians, archivists, and in all these organizations we have together as IFLA, that we, we group and then push to get these new laws that is what protects our work, because, well, I'm a librarian and an archivist, and in my daily job, I have to take those decisions of letting a patron, later a reader, to read a letter or not to read it. And for that, I just need to go to the law and do what the law tells me, right? So we need these laws to protect us and to go further.
Thank you. And that's a role for IFLA, I think. Yes. Thank you very much. I would like to ask the second... Oh, we have to quit already. Yeah, sorry. We're only halfway.
Sorry.
Okay. What do we do? Just quit?
We are having the closing.
No, we will not quit. All right.
No.
Oh. That's fun. Can that happen whenever I go into a room? Okay, so thank you, everyone. This has been a wonderful day. I realize many of us are jet lagged. We are tired, and we came together and had an amazing conversation today. I want to take just a very brief moment to recenter us on gratitude. And Rena is going to help me do that in just a moment to thank our sponsors. But today, we have explored the history of censorship and the challenges, and we've challenged each other to not turn a blind eye to the modern complexities of this topic. That's really come out today. There's a lot to discuss. There's much more to do. Being better historians, better curators, better librarians, better people is a process. And I am not clear on that process, but the one thing that has to be true is that growth, and I would say even more importantly, institutional change, which I think is what we are here for, can only be accomplished together, right? And it begins and is nourished by these conversations, by these practical, difficult, sticky conversations, when we confront each other with challenges to our daily life, right? And to our daily engagement with the public, with students, with everybody. So, as we begin to plan on our programming for Kazakhstan in 2025, I challenge us to continue to think about how we can have meaningful impact. And that is not by our sections doing this alone, right? It is by us coming together as one voice from several different sections that talk about history, that talk about metadata, right? That talk about all of these different facets of creating inclusive spaces in our institution. How do we do that is a question that we can only answer if all of our voices are present. So as we think about 2025, let's think about doing it together, because that is where we are strongest. So now I will turn it over to Reina to do some official thank yous.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. On behalf of Elsa, Susan, and myself, I want to extend our heartfelt thanks for the opportunity to moderate at the exciting and informative conference on censorship. The exchange of ideas here has been inspiring, offering new perspectives and helping us reflect on our practices around censorship. A special thank you to their book and special collection section, Stephanie, for including us and for your collaborative spirit, and of course, for the organizers, IFLA, Ministry of Culture, bear with my Spanish, the Generalitat de Catalonia, Dupacioso Barcelona, Bibliotecas de Barcelona, and FISABID. Hopefully I was able to pronounce. And for all your hard work in putting together such a successful event. Thank you again, and we look forward to staying connected with many of you as we continue these important conversations. Goodbye.
Joo, toivottavasti. All right, good afternoon. I hope you can hear my voice, and it seems that you can. I am Harri Sahavirta, the chair of Ensolip from Helsinki City Library, and I want to welcome you to Ensolip's and IFLA's Green Library Award celebrations. Ensolip has given the Green Library Award since 2016. We had first only one prize, but it turned out quite soon that that's not enough. We had to divide the award into two, so now we are going to give the Best Green Library Award and the Best Green Library Project Award. And this was because the libraries are so active with sustainability, and the projects are very diverse. There are brand new library buildings, and then there are little villages where the librarians arrange environmental education for children. And really, you cannot compare submissions like this. They are so different. Some may use 10,000s or millions of euros, and some do it without a budget at all. So, we wished to give also a chance for the more modest projects. And now when I've been talking about the diversity, this holds also for our reviewers. We have reviewers from all around the world. They are representing, well, these students, librarians, architects. So we are searching for reviewers who have very diverse background, cutting the whole picture. And I use this occasion to thank all our reviewers who have been working voluntarily and done very good work. However, there are some values, some criteria which seems to be common for all the reviewers, no matter where they come, who they are. So, the reviewers have appreciated penetrating and honest sustainability thinking, or sustainable thinking, but also social responsibility and the community have been very important. And geographical diversity. And last but not least, new local solutions, wise design and innovations. These are the things which the reviewers have brought on. So, this afternoon, we are going to hear 8 finalists from this year's competition, and Petra Hauke from Berlin is going to say a couple of words about the submissions and competition this year.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Petra Hauke. I am a member of Ensolip, and I will give you a short introduction to the IFLA Green Library Award 2024 competition. Yeah. Since we have little time for this session, I ask you to allow me to refer to our website, where you will find more relevant details. As Harri already said, the prize is divided into categories. Number 1, the Green Libraries or Grand Scale projects. Number 2, the Best Green Library projects. And the criteria are published also on our website. In 2024, we received 44 mostly excellent applications from 4 continents, but missing Africa this year. A pre-selection must have dropped few submissions of poor quality on one hand, or on the other hand, to ensure regional diversity. Yes, as you can see, we received 11 submissions from China, 5 from Germany, and we didn't want to have at the end winners only from these countries. And so because of the regional diversity, we had to drop some, but ask them all to come back next year and try it once more. Yes, our reviewers, there are 25 this year. They come also from all over the world. Africa, Asia, Australia, Oceania, North America, South America, Europe, and you see all these countries. And they are librarians from public or academic libraries, from library associations, as well as LIS students, an architect, former award winners, and so on. The question is, who will make it to the runner-up or to the first, second, or third winner? Here you see the shortlist in alphabetic order by country. For the best green library and large-scale project, it's Germany with the Stadtbibliothek Paderborn. It's Spain with the biology library of the University of Salamanca, and from the US, Missoula Public Library. And the applications for the best green library project came from China, Foshan City, Foshan Library, then from Ireland, the UCD Library, and from Slovenia, the France Public Library in Nova Gorica, from Turkey, and also from Ukraine. Yes, and now once more, who will make it to the first place winner, the second place winner, or the third, all to the runner-up? To make it short, I think in my eyes, and also in our eyes, all these submissions are worth to be awarded. Yes, we are very happy about all these very, very good submissions. Yes, let us now have presentations from the shortlist for the Best Green Library project in alphabetic order by country. First from China, it will be a video, and then from Ireland, Slovenia, Turkey, Ukraine. And now I will give over to my colleague, and this is shortlist from Best Green Library and large-scale projects. And now the winner announcement will come later.
Thank you, Petra, for not announcing the winner yet. All right, but I give the microphone now to Sarah Foyson from our standing committee. She will introduce us the Best Green Library projects.
So, hello, I'm Sarah Foyson from the Library of the Goethe Institute in Paris, in France, and and also a committee and the committee of ANSOLIB. And I feel really honored to present you today the Best Green Library projects. So we begin with China, Foshan City, Foshan Library. And the title of the project is Reading in Green, the Intelligent Book Stacks Project. The colleagues from China couldn't come here in person, but they pre-recorded a really nice video presentation, and the speaker is Huang Baishuan. So please enjoy the video.
Dear IFLA Environment, Sustainability and Library section, and fellow librarians from all over the world, I'm delighted to greet all of you and present you the green development concept of the Reading Green project on behalf of Foshan Library. Foshan is the third largest city in Guangdong province, renowned as the capital of Cantonese opera and martial arts. It is also well known for its robust manufacturing industry. The city strives to achieve a harmonious balance between economic development and environmental sustainability, demonstrating a commitment to establishing an ecologically friendly urban model. It has been recognized as both the National Forest City and the National Garden City. The new Foshan Library, opened in 2014, integrates green, energy-saving, and environmental protection concepts in its architecture, services, and activities. It has been the National Energy-Saving Public Institution Demonstration Unit since 2019 and won the first place in the IFLA Green Library Award 2018. The Reading Green project started in December 2022. It uses new tech to cut energy consumption in book storage and usage. Readers simply need to search for the books on their mobile devices. Then the books will be retrieved by robots and delivered to the readers with 48 hours. This service covers all 21 cities in Guangdong. The smart warehouse can hold 600,000 books with 61% less energy consumption per unit area. Only HV robots enter the shelf area, saving over 80% on lighting. Energy-saving motors stop equipment standby upon low tasks. Door-to-door delivery saves travel time and reduces carbon emissions. It facilitates special groups such as the elderly and the disabled. By August 31st, 2024, it had provided 208,000 books for 65,000 people to borrow online and got positive feedback. With a little black lion embodying the cultural characteristics of Foshan as its promotional ambassador, the project implemented a diverse array of Reading Green themed activities, including environmental knowledge competitions, lectures, and hands-on workshops for the elderly, individuals with disabilities, and children. Concurrently, volunteers were recruited to disseminate green concepts within communities, schools, and enterprises. This initiative aims to engage society as a whole in green reading. The upcoming Reading Green project will be integrated with the X-Book project, which was awarded third place in the IFLA Press Reader International Library Marketing Award 2023. This collaboration aims to achieve the circulation of library books and citizens' personal connections on a unified platform, invigorate the potential of underutilized books within society through innovative green development principles, and encourage greater citizen engagement in environmental reading initiatives. Together, we strive to advance knowledge dissemination as well as promote environmental sustainability. Reading Green is our effort to combat climate change and save energy. We hope it will inspire other libraries with limited funds and space. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Hong Baishuan, and all the colleagues from this library, Foshan Library, for this very impressive presentation. Let's turn now to Ireland, Dublin, to the UCD Library, the James Joyce Building, with the title Beyond the Life Cycle, Libraries Supporting the Circular Economy. And please welcome to the stage the speaker James Molloy and Ursula Byrne.
We are presenting our project Beyond the Life Cycle, Library Supporting the Circular Economy. I'm James Malloy, Student Engagement Librarian and Chair of the UC Library Green Group, and my colleague is Ursula Byrne, Head of Buildings Management, and we are from UCD, or University College Dublin Library in Ireland. Our report showcases how libraries, by proactively engaging in local communities, can find opportunities to upcycle old furniture in a sustainable way. This project is an example of sustainable values in action and shows the power of libraries in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. So let's engage with the circular economy. There are 5 libraries in UCD. Our largest library, the James Joyce Library, built in the early 1970s, is undergoing a major capital development project which will increase study spaces by 30%. And during phase 1, we had to clear the old furniture and shelving off the floor. We wanted to upcycle as much of it as possible, offering it to the local communities, diverting it from landfill and reducing the overall carbon footprint of the project. Now, the easy option would have been to send this furniture to landfill. However, our project shows that there are many environmental and professional rewards for finding new homes for old furniture. So we called on the expertise of our Library Green Group, which promotes green initiatives and keeps sustainability and the circular economy on the library agenda. The first step was to investigate the level of interest in the community in acquiring old library furniture. Careful planning was needed to ensure we could work with multiple organisations simultaneously. So we set up the library furniture recycling team to manage an upcycling project. It required careful coordination with campus partners to categorise and map large quantities of furniture, identify and contact interested parties using social media and library contacts to find organisations who wanted the furniture and provide access for viewing the furniture. For example, in order to organise the movement, collection and/or delivery of furniture to the recipients, we collaborated with our UCD Estates colleagues, and they agreed to deliver the furniture for free within a 10-kilometre radius of the university. Now, recipients of the free furniture agreed to register with UCD Warpit, our university recycling project, to ensure they can receive ongoing notifications of furniture recycling opportunities. And we distributed the furniture to 52 organisations: schools, creches and special needs schools, community and residential centres, a men's shed, a local upcycling business, charitable organisations, a religious organisation, and to individuals. Now, take this chair, for example. We call it the cockroach of chairs. It is almost indestructible. It and myself have one thing in common: our age. We are both over 50 years old. Yes, I know, it's hard to believe. However, in another 50 years, this chair, unlike me, will still look the same and hopefully be in working order. For now, neither of us is ready for the scrap heap. The chair, along with 910 other items, were upcycled, still have a lot of life in them, and there are plenty of organisations who are very glad to take them. By February 2024, new homes were found for 1,131 pieces of furniture and 60 metres of shelving. And we received great testimonials. For example, the furniture will make a big difference here. We have been trying to update our computer room and study centre. The chairs will make a big difference to the aesthetics and comfort of both, and we really do appreciate it. And we met a lot of Sustainable Development Goals. SDG 4, quality education. 8, decent work and economic growth. 10, reduce inequalities. 12, responsible consumption and protection. 13, climate action. And 17, partnerships for the goals. Now, free is never really free. Our upcycling project cost hours of staff time, but the rewards were many. Staff embraced and embodied positive shared values. A great sense of camaraderie was developed, and our university's relationships with community-based organisations were enhanced. And we were able to demonstrate through this project the power of libraries in achieving Sustainable Development Goals. And financially, can you believe that we actually made a small profit? and this small profit was donated to a special needs school for children with autism. We are enthusiastic about what we were able to achieve, and we wanted to share the success and hopefully inspire others to do the same. We need to keep talking about sustainability, upcycling, and the circular economy. Our project is being profiled by the UCD Sustainability Unit, was awarded a UCD Values in Action Certificate, was presented at the National Connell Conference on Sustainability in 2023, and has been profiled on our Green Library webpage, and by being shortlisted in the NSLIB competition, hopefully sets a positive chain reaction. Now, over the next few years, we will continue with what we have started, however, on a larger scale. We will include 3 larger floors covering a greater area and will mean considerably more furniture to recycle. However, we have already set the blueprint in motion on how to manage this successfully. In conclusion, our 23 upcycling project Beyond the Life Cycle focus on the first stage of a multi-year capital development plan, a project with sustainability at the forefront. We are enthusiastic about what we were able to achieve, and we wanted to share our success story, and we hope it inspires others to do the same. So thank you. And thanks to our library furniture recycling team, thanks to our UC Library Green Group, and for the lovely artwork in our report, thanks to Catherine Bodie. And thank you for listening today, and best of luck to all shortlisted finalists. Thank you.
And thank you, James, for this inspiring presentation. So we are going now to Slovenia, exactly at Nova Gorica, to the France Bejuk Public Library Nova Gorica. And the title of the project is Guardians of Seeds, Preserving Our Heritage. Please welcome to the stage the speaker, Anna Kosic.
Hello. Imagine if anyone had access to homegrown seeds, could grow their own food, share seeds with others, and contribute to biodiversity. This is what we were trying to achieve in Franz Beck Public Library by opening a seed library and developing a special app for borrowing seeds. Today, I will tell you how it works and why it's so important. The initiative for the seed library came from our local community in 2018. And at first, we weren't really familiar with the concept of seed libraries. Okay, thanks. At first, we weren't really familiar with the concept of seed libraries, but then we started researching and got immediately excited and knew that this is something we want to include in our services. But we were a little nervous how people will react to seed exchange in the library. Of course, we didn't have any problems justifying our decision, because seed libraries are well established in libraries around the world. They support sustainable development goals, are in line with libraries' goals and mission, and they encourage individuals to be active in their community and to preserve their heritage, which seeds absolutely are. Gardening is a deeply rooted tradition and a way of life in Slovenia, with Nova Gorica, a town in western Slovenia, being no exception. It's surrounded by fertile fields, and many local gardeners use their homegrown seeds in their gardens. Some sort of seed exchange already existed in our community, and we knew that we want to keep that tradition of seed exchange and preservation, but we also wanted to keep track of the seeds we have in our library. So we thought, why not make a computer app that would be similar to the library catalog? We connected with a local biotechnical school and a local firm, and together we started developing everything necessary to finally open the seed library in March 2020. We wanted to encourage our community to prioritize the use of homegrown seeds over the commercially purchased ones, to promote ecological gardening and to be self-sustainable. And to support this, our seed library includes only homegrown seeds that people donated to the library and have grown in their own gardens. Our motto is borrow, grow, share. So people are asked to borrow the seeds, plant them at home, grow the plant, collect the seeds, and return some of them back to the library. The seed library is available throughout the opening hours of the library, but only library members can actually participate in the seed exchange. And to make the whole process of donating and borrowing seeds easier, we developed a special app that is located only on the computer next to the seed library and is connected with a library card. It's designed for independent use, so it's really easy to use, and patrons can do the entire process of borrowing and donating seeds on their own. First, they log in the app by scanning their library card, and the first page of the app opens for them. You can see how it looks here. They have 3 options. So the first is to borrow seeds, the second is to donate their homegrown seeds, and the third is to check what they borrowed and what donated. When they want to borrow the seeds, they just choose them from the cupboard and scan the barcode on the packet. They can borrow a maximum of 3 packets of seeds a day and 10 packets altogether, but when they return some, they can then borrow more. And in addition to borrowing, we also encourage them to donate their homegrown seeds to the library. And when doing so, they have to pack them in the provided packets and enter plant name and the basic information. But we recognize that in many cases, especially if the seeds have been passed down from generations, the exact name of the plant may be unknown. And that's why we often have names like salad from Grandma Maria, because some grandma named Maria gave them those seeds. And because of that, all the other fields that they have to enter are even more important, because they really tell us what kind of plant is it. Is it a tall plant, a short plant, what kind of fruit does it have, what color is the fruit, when in season does it grow, etc. Most of this information is then available in the app when people are searching for specific seeds, but it's also available in our online seed library catalog that is connected with our website and is automatically updated wherever someone borrows or donates seeds. So people can check from home what is currently available in the library. And as mentioned, people are asked to return the seeds that they have borrowed. All the returns must be entered through the app, but occasionally seeds may not grow as expected. And in such cases, patrons must mark the seeds as non-viable and are required to provide an explanation. Was it due to environmental conditions, pests, or something else? And then this counts as a returned seed. But of course, to successfully grow plants from seed requires some knowledge. And that's why we organize lectures and workshops. We have a gardening club that is run by local enthusiasts. But librarians also need to learn, because every year we do a seed germination test when we check if the seeds are still working, and we keep all the successfully germinated ones. And since 2020, when the first seed library has opened in our library, our project was adapted by 20 Slovenian public libraries, including our app. So the seed library can now be found in 22 Slovenian public libraries across Slovenia. So what began as a small idea has grown into a vibrant network of people who understand the importance of preserving knowledge about gardening and homegrown seeds. So every year, more Slovenian public libraries are joining our project, and more people are starting to borrow and donate seeds. And all the information that they enter in the app is then available for scientists to analyze. So the seed library is also a project of Slovenian and European citizen science. And this year, it was one of 27 contestants out of almost 300 who got an honorary mention for the EU Citizen Science Prize. So we encourage our community to embrace self-sustainability by providing access to homegrown seeds, offering workshops and lectures on seed saving and ecological gardening, and by empowering people to grow their own food, we help to reduce reliance on commercial agriculture and promote food security. So at the end, the seed library is more than just a collection of seeds. The seed library is a reminder that even the smallest action, like planting a seed, can lead to big change. By working together, we are fostering a community that values sustainability and takes responsibility for its own future. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna, for sharing this amazing initiative of Seed Library with us. So the next project is from Turkey, Ankara, from the Uşak Banat Public Library. And the title is Agro Library, from a consuming society to a producing society. And the colleagues from this library in Ankara couldn't join us here in person, so it's our colleague from the Standing Committee and SOLIP, Merve Yavuz-Demiş, who will speak for the library.
Thank you. Merhaba. I'm Merve Yavuz-Demiş. I'm the head of Foreign Relations Department at General Directorate of Libraries and Publications under the Ministry of Culture and Tourism in Turkey. This project highlights the transformative power of libraries in changing people's lives, building sustainable ecosystem, and fostering communities dedicated to a greener, more sustainable future. As we approach the 2020 deadline for Sustainable Development Goal, our actions have never been more urgent. Every small step we take helps contribute to more sustainable future. The Agro Library is a perfect example of how even small library in rural neighborhood can inspire others and spark real changes in behavior. It has shown that when local communities come together, they can take care of planet starting from the grassroots. By combining urban gardening with a makerspace, we create a vibrant community garden where local residents could come together, learn and grow in every sense of word. The library has become self-sufficient ecosystem, reduce its environmental footprint while nurturing ecological awareness. Transformation through green design principles and introduction of sustainable initiatives, we improve local economic conditions without requiring great financial resources. This innovative combination of literature, urban gardening, and climate action created an ecosystem where people learn not only books, but also through hands-on experience. The Agro Library's innovative approach to sustainable earned its UNDP Social Innovation Award, recognizing the library's ability to inspire real change. By integrating education for sustainable development with everyday library activities, the project stands as a model for how libraries can directly contribute to a more sustainable future. The library supports the local community by providing plant plots and promoting sustainable urban gardening. These self-sufficient practices reduce carbon dioxide emission and teach community members how to grow organic food from garden to table. The Agro Library's seed library and organic garden encourage the community to harvest their city by growing local product. These not only support the sustainable economy, but also reduce the reliance on external resources, building a more self-sufficient and eco-friendly community. Through a series of events focused on environmental and sustainable issues, such as seasonal festival, community gardening workshop, and installation of insect hotel, the Agro Library fosters a social sustainability. Through composting, rainwater harvesting, and greenhouse project, the library practices green design principles. It not only educates the visitor, but also creates the ecosystem for sustainable experience that can be shared with the community. The physical transformation of the library included upcycled furniture, growing indoor plants, and providing recycling bins, all of which reflect the commitment of sustainability. The Agro Library has connected the community with nature by promoting local farming, hosting plant swamp, and organizing upcycle crafts. The Library of Think enables people to borrow tools and seeds, helping them take care of their gardens and contributing to greener neighborhoods. Rainwater harvesting and composting are just some of the sustainable practices embraced by the Agro Library. From summer reading under the apple tree to Autumn Harvest Festival and Winter Read the Snowman events, these activities inspire people to engage with their environment meaningful way. Plant swamp, local farm tours, and neighborhood beautification projects are just some of the way of agro-library engage the community. The library literacy is about more than reading. It's about learning how to live sustainability. Through gardening programs and environmental workshops, the library teaches both children and adults valuable skills that help them contribute to a more sustainable future. Success of agro-library is not about the number of participants. It's about the behavioral change sparkled by the library's green initiative. People are now more aware of the environmental impact and of their action and actively taking steps to live more sustainably. Through sustainable program and community engagements, we inspire others to take small steps that collectively lead to big changes for planets. Whether it's discovery of heirloom seeds in seed library, the unexpected appearance of a rare mushroom in our compost pile, or the sea of medicine plant in community project, these small stories illustrate that the power of libraries to contribute ecological, economical, and social sustainability. Following the agro-library success, small libraries across Turkey have been inspired to take sustainable initiatives. The Rural Library Network Turkey is a growing movement that connects libraries to sustainable goals, helping them contribute to communities in an innovative way. As I conclude, I want to emphasize that libraries, no matter how small or where they are located, can spark immense change. The agro-library stands as a proof that sustainable initiatives can grow in any soil, transforming both the community and environment for a better tomorrow. Let's continue to inspire each other to take care of our shared environment and build a more sustainable future together. Teşekkür ederim.
Thank you very much, Merve. And we will finish the presentation of the category Best Green Library Project with a project from Ukraine, Kiev, Library at Priorka for Children, with the title Ecological Space, Green Library in Search of Eco-Heroes and the Way Out of the Ecological Crisis. And please welcome to the stage the speakers, Hanna Kobetz and Liuzena Schum.
Congratulations of all college. Glad to see such a powerful library asset from around the world. Together we can do a lot. We thank the organizations of the conference for the invasion and support of our visit to Barcelona. Thank you very much, Petra and Rosie. Thank you. Our visit demonstrates that despite the difficult times and the war in Ukraine, we are moving on. We see the future and believe in our victory. As we are in the victory of ecological things and lifestyles of the future of the planet. Our library is a library for children, and the main focus of the Green Library Project, thank you, on the formation, the ecological, cultural for children. We have many interesting directions in our work, but my English not very well. The project will be present my colleague, Luciana soon. Please, Luciana.
Thank you very much. Thank you, dear colleagues, and it's my pleasure to be here today. We are realizing this project together. So I present here the charitable foundation Library Country, and my colleague is presenting the library itself. And we launched the Green Library project in 2019. For now, it's already 5 years working, and the main focus is to educate children to understand and to be able to see the beauty of environment. So I can say this, that our project is like a complex to give children this prospects of understanding the protection of environment. And our library has become a place for various meetings with writers, interesting people, activists, ecologists, and so on. And as you see on the photos. And in our ecospace, we try to adhere to ecological standards. So all materials and things were made from natural or recycled materials. And we have lots of educational activities. So we collaborate with artists and we create exhibitions and installations from plastic, for example, to show children the damage the plastic causes. And of course, we love nature, and there is a wonderful park near our library where the old oaks are growing, and we regularly visit it with our children. And also we take care of the small garden that we have near the library and have bird feeders and insect hotel also, as you see on the photos. And we are conducting the environmental flash mobs in the open space. For example, it is botany on concrete, as you see on photos, and also collecting rubbish and so on. And of course, various master classes, creative meetings and activities. For example, on this photo, we paint eco bags with children. And also environmental protection games, board games on sorting garbage, for example, and the similar topics. And also we have an unusual harvest. So we grew loofah. As you know, what is it? It's the special plant that replaces a kitchen sponge for kitchen loofah. And our library is animal-friendly space, and we love animals, so they also often visit the green libraries. And our readers very often feel like eco-heroes capable of protecting the world, and it is absolutely not difficult to do it. You just need to look around in a different way. And we have our own ecological features, which we love to show to visitors, to children. For example, eco-paper, recycling products, reusable items instead of disposable ones, and for, also books made from recycled materials. Life makes its own adjustment, and now speaking to the environment, we have to pay attention to the environmental problems caused by Russia's war in Ukraine, which will be felt for many years to come. And this topic is very crucial in our work as well, to talk to children about all these problems caused by ecocide, we call it. And also, as to the nowadays, we have a point of unbreakability. We are currently going through a difficult period because of military operation, and our library has an unbreakability point with batteries and a generator, which supports Ukrainians during power outages after missile attacks. And all this is for our children, for the future of our children and our country. And the formation of an environmental culture, a way of life that is friendly to the environment, is one of the key to our future. So this is the end of our presentation, but I would like to the end to show you one of the book that we took from the damaged library. it was damaged by the missile attacks, as you see, and this is actually our reality. So thank you very much, and thank you that we are here and can present ourselves. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Hannah.
Thank you
Susanna.
very much. We have now heard all the finalists for the Green Library projects, and we can turn to the Green Libraries. And I will hand over the microphone to Priscilla Pun from our standing committee, who is going to introduce the finalists.
Thank you, Harry. I'm Priscilla Pun. I'm the Secretary of NSLIP. So after viewing the 5 presentations from the first category, the best Green Library projects, let's go to the second category. Is the best Green Library and grand scale projects. These categories include new library buildings and large-scale renovations, as well as new library service concepts and significant projects, which are implemented on a grand scale or for the long term. So this year, we have only 3 submissions shortlisted in this category. So now, firstly, let's welcome to the stage the first one from Germany, the City Library Paderborn. The title of the submission is Eden, a Sustainable Library, and the speaker is Ms. Katrin Struve. Let's welcome Ms. Katrin Struve.
It's not running.
Can we have a little help?
Yes, okay. So I start with welcome to Paderborn. Maybe after a few seconds you will see some pictures. No, it's not my presentation. Yes, that's it. That's the right one. So as you can see, our library and its surroundings look like a small paradise. But libraries are not only a paradise on earth. They are also a strong pillar in society to enable a life worth living in the future. Let's see how we try to ensure a dignified life for everyone by preserving the nature foundation to a life for the long term. It's running too fast. Use what it's given. As you can see, this old building is from the 17th century and had been destroyed in the Second World War. So in the mid-70s, they decided to put the library inside. Make like this. So you can see resources do not always have to be consumed. Sometimes it's enough to create something new from existing materials. Use the energy around you. In the 70s, a clever engineer decided to use the energy from the river surrounded by the library. Since then, the library has been heated using a water heat pump and has enjoyed some cooling during the summer months. So conservation of resources therefore began at the very start of our library. Don't think too big. It might prevent you from getting started. And starting is the most important step. For 20 years, we have been offering fair trade coffee and chocolate in the library's cafe. We want our customers to encounter fair trade projects as they pass by, encouraging them to reflect on their consumption choices. And allow space for other ideas. During an event focused on sustainability, consumers expressed a desire for a permanent clothing swap. While we didn't have the space, we did have the clothing on a Small scale, but every day more than 500 visitors come in the library, and maybe one of those seeing this, they will see and have a new idea for that. Make use of your surroundings and personal resources. To create a barrier-free access to the library, we removed the parking lot in its place. We now have a beautiful reading garden with an interactive garden bed. Here our gardener demonstrates how to grow historical vegetables on site and how to harvest seeds for a seed library. Encourage people to reflect and entice them through their own interests. In our library of things, you can borrow items that are rarely used. To help prevent wasteful purchases and discourage the need to own resource-heavy products, we offer items like ice cream machine, pasta machine, action cameras, and many more things to borrow. Create opportunities where young people can learn to appreciate and protect nature. In collaboration with many partners, we offer workshops at the Water Academy, where children can explore local flora and fauna. Through this hands-on experience, they come to understand the value and importance of protecting nature and the environment. Keep an eye on those who need more support in life. In our gaming room, we offer barrier-free gaming with adaptive controllers and eye-tracking technology. In our kitchen, through the food sharing community, we offer food and drinks free of charge. Keep fighting for the future and don't let setbacks demotivate you. In 2022, a tornado devastated the nature surrounding our library, and the library itself was damaged. This experience has shown us that even more commitment is needed to create a more sustainable world. So take every chance you get. 5 years ago, we were offered a very old building, just a short walk from our central library. Our offices and a public area were relocated there. For 500 years, this building has been called Adam and Eve. Coincidence or a signpost for the future? But what should take place in these rooms? It was too close to the central library for being a district library, so we asked the citizens of Paderborn, what do you need? The sustainable use of this old building will only succeed if the services offered are truly developed by and for the people. After the tornado, we saw the future of library services in this historical building, a library rooted in the spirit of sustainability. Through a design thinking process, the content of the new library was developed with the interest of the off, by, and for community in mind. The library runs without staff. Everything that happens within the library is decided and managed by the citizens of the city. Now the library functions as an open library, accessible and open in every sense. The sustainable goals were very important for the people, with a focus on putting humanity at the center. Every person should have the opportunity to live free from poverty, access education, enjoy life in conditions that promote well-being and peace. And the best way to achieve these goals is doing it with partnerships and corporations. The new library has become a showroom of sustainability. The sustainable goals are written on the lockers. All future is sustainable, like it includes recycled and recyclable materials, vintage furniture, and offers for everyone in the city. The focus is on people. In collaboration with the local LGBTQI+ community, we offer programs aimed at preventing and combating loneliness. This includes, for example, coming out days, walks, the use of IA and technology, outreach efforts, library work, game nights, and other community activities to bring people together. Don't exclude anyone. Everyone can contribute to achieving the sustainable goals. We must use the potential within the city. Allowing the library spaces to be used by the community also requires courage. Sometimes we only read in the newspaper about what is happening inside of our library. I must admit that not every employee is comfortable giving up control. Go public. The more people internationalize the sustainable goals, the greater our chances to achieve them. We present the goals on social media and show offers and opportunities on our website and the events. Think big to get the goals out there. We are fortunate to have André Wirsig as a supporter. As an extreme swimmer, he was the first German to complete the Ocean 7. He served as a global ambassador for the oceans. And when he shares his experience in the ocean, it leaves a lasting impression. The message is clear. We all need to contribute to a sustainable future. That is why our library is named Eden, in homage to Garden of Eden, which we aspire to restore with the help of the people around the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine, for bringing us an Eden library. So the second one is from Spain, Salamanca. It's from the library, the biology library of the University of Salamanca. The title of the submission is Small, but Working Together It Works. The speaker is Ms. Rosaria Toro Merano. Let's welcome Rosaria to the stage.
Sorry, the presentation is from my colleague Ángel Poveda from the University of Salamanca, but the presentation is in Spanish, so if there is a translation in the room, please take the headphones if you can understand Spanish, because it's not my presentation. Sorry. Well,
Okay, so we are a small university, a library. We have 2 rooms in 2 different buildings of the school, and we collaborate with the research institutions. Our priorities are broad information. We want to be the bridge between the school and the citizens in general. We want to prioritize the services that are really useful for our users. We want to establish alliances with different groups to generate projects, because of course we couldn't tackle all the interesting projects alone, from an economic point of view, from a human resources point of view. So how do we reduce our carbon footprint in our building? We are located in a prairie, large windows. There are some sensors for artificial lighting. Here is the picture of the building. So that's the facade that you can see, thermo-regulated. We have natural light. We have heating via natural gas. We have cork panels, and we generate these products. So the Neuroman journal, it's an online journal, and of course, in order not to waste any paper, it's for adolescents, and it's to awaken interest in relation to science and the environment. It's published by the library. The content comes from the faculty and the students from other universities as well, not just Salamanca. After a few months without a journal, now we've published it again. We have another journal called Bio News, Bionoticias. Bio News is a digital online journal. Every Monday there's a new issue to disseminate news about the science and the environment among the faculty and students. We have over 600 different issues of this journal. Another interesting resource is called Imaginarium. It's an image bank with pedagogical purposes, different species, different habitats. That's not habitual, because you cannot find on Google that many pictures and with the intellectual property, etc. In 2023, we had over 4.7 million hits, so over 52 million people have actually consulted our page since 2010. We reconnect with nature, with the nature walks around the parks in the area. It's very important to make these known. People need to know where they live. People need to become acquainted with their species, the wild nature, the wilderness there, and thanks to the students, they act as guides and they help people relate with the environment. In 2023, 250 citizens were part of these walks. And also responsible consumption, very important. There's an event, it's seminars, and there's a ecological market with local producers, and also exhibitions around the topic of climate change. It's the Responsible Consumption Festival. And art is also represented in our library through cinema. We have biofilm, different documentaries and movies are screened, documentaries on science, on nature, and after the presentation, after the screening, there's a debate. The average is 1,000 viewers per screening. Another project of ours is the guided visits to research centers. We go to CIALE, IRNASA, the University Herbs Lab, and usually these visits happen twice a year. So twice a year we visit each of those centers. Another interesting project, but it actually ended in 2018. We did radio programs with the researchers in the university, and via the radio we would share news on the environment and science and scientific advances. We also lend materials, not regular items, but other things that are more valuable, and then of course people don't have to buy those, like binoculars and cameras and magnifying glasses and tripods if they want to go out in the wild and do their research. Information channels, we have our website, there are on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube, and we have the newsletters via a mailing list with over 4,000 members. The topics that we deal with are bio, employment, training, volunteering, and activities outdoors. The alliances are paramount for us. We have our green partners, RESIDA, the network of information and environmental documentation centers. I belong to RESIDA. CEADI, the Center for Environmental Studies and Rural Dynamization, University of Salamanca, or other more local groups like ADRIS. We are also depositories of the bibliographical collection of the Spanish Association, and we are related to the university when we discuss healthy leisure, so people and young students engage in healthy activities. And recycling, of course, is key. That's clear. We do recycle, digitalization. We digitalize everything we can. So to spare paper, there are seminars on employability, dealing with the environment, the natural environment, how young people can actually find a job around these areas. And we also organize different events in Costa Rica, Panama, Cape Green, Greece. More activities, press notes, press releases to make public whatever we do in the library, and the research products are known. There are dissemination seminars for the students. We also maintain the databases of the research is conducted by the professors, and that's it. That's the team at the Salamanca University. Behind the scene, Ángel Poveda leading the group, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosaria, for presenting us an interesting biological library. So the next one is the last one in this category. It's from United States, Manhattan, Missoula Public Library. And the title of the submission is The Keys to a Green Library. The speakers are Mr. Slaven Lee and Carl Olson. Let's welcome Slaven and Carl to the stage.
Thank you. I'm Carl Olson. Slaven is not here. Bona tarde, buenas tardes, good evening. This is my first visit to Barcelona and my first International Library Conference, hopefully not the last. I am grateful to the organizers for the opportunity and the hosts for your hospitality. Welcome to Missoula. Welcome to Missoula, a university community of 120,000 residents in the Rocky Mountain region of North America. Known for natural resources, Glacier National Park, and as a setting for literature, television, and films, such films as The Brad Pitt Vehicle, A River Runs Through It. Our valley was once under a vast glacial lake. Ice Age evidence is etched on our mountains and described in the traditions of the indigenous Salish people who called the area Namasuleka, place of frozen water. Today, in a warmer era, the region is threatened by forest fires and overdevelopment. In this environment, Missoula Public Library rises like an iceberg, a bright link between ancient memories and future resilience. Our library's world-class flagship was constructed 2018 to 2020 and opened in 2021. In 2022, we were awarded IFLA's Public Library of the Year. The facility is a hive of activity, each day welcoming 1,500 visitors, circulating 2,000 items, and hosting 2,500 internet sessions. The building was planned by international award-winning architects, MSR Design, partnering with local firm A&E. Building levels are devoted to connection, imagination, reflection, or inspiration, and all unified by a striking design palette. Most notable in that palette is the programmatic design. Our team studied Swedish culture houses, which connect museums, lifelong learning, and civic and art spaces to a library core. Ours is the first intentionally designed culture house in the United States. Also notable is the contextual design, which references the area's geography and geology. For example, this grand staircase features a sculptural wall that is also a 5-story topographical map of our mountainous region turned on end. Biophilic design is inspired by nature's patterns, emphasizes indoor-outdoor transitions, and supports health and wellness. Biophilia is woven throughout the library, as in this children's area inspired by an alpine meadow. Finally, Missoula Public Library is green by design, or as I call it, future-friendly. Built to last 100+ years and infused with carbon-neutral capacity. Here now is the first key to a green library. Energy strategies. We are designed for an energy use intensity, or EUI, of 120 kilowatt hours per meters squared. The average EUI of a conventional library in the United States is 284, 270 in Europe, and 355 in Spain. EUI is lowered several ways. For one, an open-loop geothermal system cycles naturally chilled water from the aquifer below the library to cool the building in the summer, eliminating the need for energy-intensive air conditioning. 10% of our electricity is generated by a photovoltaic solar array, 20% at peak, and a 20-degree rotation of the building's elevation optimizes passive solar heating in winter and lighting year-round. In fact, the library is designed for 100% daylighting. Natural light is the primary lighting source of public areas during the day, supplemented by high-efficiency ambient and occupancy-censored LED lighting. The other key aspect of the Green Library is social sustainability. Missoula Public Library offers a wealth of programs and resources that supports local community needs and global sustainable development goals. Our library users value free, self-directed education opportunities. As a culture house, we promote literacies, in the plural, with public labs for science, technology, creativity, design, and family development. The library's program stream engages visitors to live more sustainably and appreciate their environment. Our programming mix also showcases Missoula's indigenous community, culture, and heritage. And we expand on the sharing economy model of book circulation to reduce consumption. Patrons can check out garden seeds, Wi-Fi hotspots, outdoor recreation supplies, culinary equipment, even climate-smart induction stoves, and more. Between sustainability-infused community programs and energy innovations, Missoula Public Library's green commitment is firm. Our next project, the interactive living roof you see here, for additional carbon sequestration and to inspire further climate action. The key to a green library is found in a unique interweave of architecture, the form, and programming, the function. This combination unlocks community response and climate resilience. Thank you for letting me share my future-friendly library with you.
Thank you, Carl.
Thank you. We have now heard all the finalists in the category of green libraries. Well, before we announce the winners, one more thing. Deputy of Culture, Barcelona Provincial Council, Pau Gonzalez, has honored our session, and maybe you would like to say a couple of words. Please. You're welcome.
Bona tarda.
Good evening. My English could be just like yours, so I'm not going to dare speak English. I'll speak in Catalan because it's one of the official languages of the Congress. I just want to thank you. Thank you for the effort, for coming to Barcelona. Thanks for being here and being willing to share your learnings and your knowledge. Thanks for letting us learn from one another, because faced with a challenge that's fundamental, we need to be together. Libraries are at the core of the districts, of the peoples of our cities, so we need to be concerned about the link between libraries and the environment. And that's why it's so important that libraries reflect upon those matters and act upon them and share best practices. So thank you so much, and thank you for being this, doing this from, in a twofold manner. Libraries that have been refurbished from scratch, large projects, and also focusing on smaller, more local projects, and the relation not just between us or amongst us in the community, but also with the planet, the link with the planet, because as the young people say, there's no planet B. So it's up to all of the society, also the libraries. We need to take care of each other by taking care of our planet. Thank you very much for still being here. Of course, you want to know who the winners are, so that's all from me. But big hug to the colleagues from Kiev. Very difficult times for you to be here today, and even in those moments, despite the issue in Ukraine, they're here to talk about what libraries can do. Thank you, and let's find out who the winners are. Thank you. Thank you, Pau.
Now we shall continue to the winner announcements. So we move down there.
Okay, we will come to the winner announcement, and let me say at the beginning, all who made it to the shortlist are winners in any way, no matter whether they are runner-ups or first or third or second winners. We will start with the runner-ups of the Best Green Library project, and then followed by the third and second and first winner. Harry, it's up to you.
No, nothing happens. Okay, I guess it's better now. Oh, yes. All right, we start with the runner-ups. Okay, better. Thank you. We start with the runner-ups. But this one is for you. Which has the speaker.
Yes. It's okay. Yes, this one is the runner-up for the Green Library Award, the category Best Green Library Projects. So you see the result already. It's faster than our announcements. Anyway, congratulations from Slovenia. Let's welcome, yes, welcome the winner to the stage.
Okay, maybe the next one is for me. Let us see. Yes, this one is for me. So the second runner-up is Turkey, Usak Banas Public Library. Welcome, Mary.
So we are still in the Best Green Library Projects category. So we just finished the two runner-ups. So now we are going to award the second place. If it's not, no.
Very well, very well. You know, but the show must go on. We'll go to the third place first. And so we should have China and Foshan Library. And unfortunately, there was nobody from Foshan, so I can give the microphone to Priscilla. You have a second.
Sorry about that. So some unexpected matters happen. So it's okay. Okay, anything, any problem? Oh, yes, correct. Yes, we are still in the Best Green Library Projects category for the Ukraine. Second place.
Now, my congratulations to Ukraine, and some of you may already guessed the winner because there is only one left. So, the best project goes to Ireland, to Dublin. Yes.
So we finished the first category. Let's go on to the second category. It's for the best green libraries grand scale projects. So now is the third place winner. Already there. The Biology Library of the University of Salamanca. Congratulations.
All right, and now we have the second place for. Yes, we have the second place, which goes to Germany, Baden-Born, Stadtbibliothek Baden-Born.
Wow, there's only one left, so you come.
I wish to congratulate all the winners, all the finalists. It has been a hard competition. It has been, well, and you know, we are going to do it again next year. So actually, the IFLA Green Library Award competition for 2025 is open now. So you can start writing your submissions and you know, we've been practicing this only 8 years. So next year we maybe make the show a little bit more fluent. But I thank you.
So could we ask the winners to come on the stage to have a group photo?
Medlib. Yes. Ok, pero no. Ah, perfecto. Oh. Okay.
May I have your attention for a second? So, please, may I have your attention? Next one here is speaking in another award session, a Corto di Libri, Metropolitan Library's Short Film Award session. So please do stay and enjoy the exciting session. I think we have to go because we're
Thank you. Congratulations to all the ENSOLIP winners. We invite you to the last activity of today, which is our very short ceremony, I promise, for the Corto di Libri Film Festival. We are going to present the winner of the Metropolitan Libraries section prize. So I will invite you. We are going to have, it seems, an intimate, private screening, you know, like the screenings the film critics do. So first of all, I want to tell you about A Corto di Libri. It's a short film festival that tell about libraries. This is organized by the Italian Library Association in collaboration with IFLA's Metropolitan Library Section, AVI, Associazione Videoteche Mediateche Italiani, Gallucci Publishers, Media Library Online, Del Vecchio Publishers, and the sponsorship of the Buffalo, how do you say it? An Erie County Public Library. So this contest is meant to promote the representation of libraries and librarians and their essential roles within society, often unseen. This aligns perfectly with the mission of the Medlib section, which supports libraries organizations serving cities with populations over 400 and 1,000 inhabitants. But we all know that. So let's meet our outstanding nominees. In the category of Best Documentary, we have two films. One is Three Families, Three Libraries from Jerusalem, and the other one is The Vibrant Library from Dubai. And the category of Best Advertisement, we have Cultural Landmark and Intelligent Space from Beijing, and Your Journey Starts Here from Sonoma County. Before we watch the films, and while the people up there darkens the Paraninfo. Before we watch them, I'd like to briefly highlight the criteria we used. We consider creativity, originality, and the potential for library advocacy and marketing, and the technical quality of the production. Let's take a moment now and enjoy these incredible films.
مكتبة الخالدية صار لها 120 سنة، أبرز معلم من معالم التراث الثقافي المكتوب في القدس. كانت فرصة إنه نتحد مع هذه المؤسسات الشقيقة، خاصة مؤسسة دار الطفل وبالذات دار إسعاف النشاشيبي، المكتبة البودرية اللي هي أيضا مجموعة عائلية لها تحتوي على مئات بل آلاف من العناوين، والعمل معا ضروري في القدس.
هلا أنا بدأت شغلي في المكاتب ب 2002، يعني حاليا أنا بحكي عن 20 سنة في شغلي في المكاتب. المكاتب أعطتني شيء كتير، أعطتني إنه أصير صديقة للكتاب، أعرف إيش هي قيمة الكتاب، أعطتني أعرف شو هو التاريخ الصح. أنا شغلي ضمن مشروع ألف اللي هو بضم 3 مكاتب، مكتبة البوديري ومكتبة الخالدية ومكتبة دار إسعاف النشاشيبي. أنا التوثيق اللي هو عبارة عن تصوير المطبوع حاليا من جرائد، من مجلات، من وثائق، من كتب قديمة، بنوثقها وبنصورها.
كمؤسسات صغيرة عائلية ثقافية لا تمتلك موارد، كان لابد أنه نتوحد مع بعض في هاي المجهود، لأنه احتياجات مشتركة ومشاكلنا متشابهة وحلولها نفس الحلول.
نحن دائما كنا ندعو إلى الشراكة مع المكتبات لأننا نقدر قيمة هذه الشراكة. الوضع الثقافي العربي في مدينة القدس سيستفيد في النهاية، وسننطلق إلى المستقبل برؤية جديدة، رؤية واسعة ستفتح أبواب كثيرة أمامنا وأمام المطلعين على واقع المكتبات العربية في القدس.
واحنا بعمليه الترميم بنعمل على حفاظ المخطوطات من الاندثار بتدعيمها وتدعيم الورق التالف من خلال ورق ياباني كثير شفاف وكثير خفيف، ومن خلال صمغ ميثيل سيلولوز او صمغ ياباني ستارتش. وهي الاصمغه الميزه تبعتها انها نقدر نعاود تصليح المخطوطه من اول وجديد بدون اي ضرر للمخطوطه. يعني الصمغ هو ريفرسبل، لما بنتآمل فيه نقدر نرمم المخطوطة بشكل مثالي وفيش أي تفكير مستقبلي إنه ما بنقدر إنه نفكفكها من أول وجديد. مراحل الترميم بتمر في أكثر من مرحلة، مرحلة تنظيف الجاف، وبعد التدعيم وبعد الترميم نيجي لمرحلة التجليد اللي هي خياطة إسلامية. بعد الخياطة الإسلامية بنجلد الكتاب حسب ما الأصل موجود.
دار إسعاف النشاشيبي بعتقد في كثير قضايا بتميزها، من أهمها كونها معلم معماري جميل جدا في موقعه، مهم جدا في قلب القدس، مطل على القدس، بناء معماري من أجمل الأبنية المعمارية اللي انبنت في القدس خلال 100 سنة الماضية، وهو فعلا قبل 100 سنة بالضبط سنة 1921 اكتمل بناء المبنى. السبب الثاني انه المبنى بناه اديب وشاعر فلسطيني مقدسي معروف المرحوم محمد إسعاف النشاشيبي. من سنة 82 صار المحل يشتغل كمركز أبحاث، كمركز دراسات، تجميع كتب ومكتبات ومقتنيات بتخص الثقافة والقراءة والأدب، وما زال حتى اليوم مركز ثقافي مميز بيستضيف معارض فنية، بيستضيف حفلات إطلاق كتب وأنشطة مختلفة في قلب القدس العربية.
ضمن مشروع مؤسسة ألف السويسرية اللي تقوم بتمويل ل3 مكتبات في مدينة القدس القديمة، وهذه المكتبات الثلاثة سيتم ربطها ببعضها البعض، المكتبة الخالدية البديري ومكتبة إسعاف النشاشيبي. أحد بنود المشاريع هذه كتابة 3 أبحاث أو 3 مقالات، وهذه السجلات ليش أخذناها؟ لأنها تشتمل على معلومات كاملة عن تاريخ المدينة ومن سكن في المدينة وكل شيء له علاقة بنظم الحياة اليومية اللي بيعيشوها الناس.
الحفاظ على هاي المجموعة بين أيدي العائلة، لم يتم مصادرتها من قبل الاحتلال، لم يتم تسليمها إلى أي جهة، حافظنا عليها، درنا بالنا عليها، خليناها تدخل القرن ال21 بحلة جديدة، بوسائل جديدة، بشرح جديد، فرح نستمر.
Our story begins with the early Arab scholars who founded the sciences on which our current civilization is based. Ibn Majid, al-Khwarizmi, and many others realized that the renaissance of peoples comes only through knowledge, and we followed the same path. In Dubai, within a short period of time, the work continued day and night to build a great library called Mohammed bin Rashid Library.
You might think this building is silent, but in reality, it's filled with life.
Everyone in the library is on a journey. Human, book, and robot. They are in constant cooperation for the sake of knowledge. In this amazing library, if you want a book anytime, you can order it through a mobile app, and it will come to you, wherever you are in the library, through the robot. If you forget your laptop, you can borrow one from the library for free, whether you are young or old. You won't believe it to children, but in reality, it tells and interacts with them as well. They also have an interactive lab with robots, so everyone can keep up with the future. Seriously, you will enjoy reading and watching stories through the scrolling book screen. Scanning books with scanners is also very easy everywhere. They did not forget Braille devices for people of determination. Knowledge is a right for all. Many departments and libraries can be reached easily through the digital map. This large augmented screen is absolutely amazing. To preserve knowledge and global cultural heritage, they created a restoration center equipped with the highest standards, which helped them preserve more than 300 rare collectibles from around the world in Treasure of the Library exhibition. Anyone who has a talent can develop it through several events, workshops, and music concerts that raise the spirit and conscience. Cement unite in the shape of the building, but there is heartbeats in every book. Anyone who has visited and worked in the Mohammed bin Rashid Library, the name of Dubai ruler.
We are not just a library, we are a whole world.
北京城市图书馆将中国传统的赤印意象和公共空间设计完美结合，打造集知识传播、学习共享、城市智库等功能于一体的新型图书馆。837片银杏树叶，自动调节阅读光线，天河涟漪荡漾着丰美四季。276块自承重玻璃幕墙，消弭建筑与自然的边界。读史可观景，读史亦成景。总建筑面积约7.5万平方米的北京城市图书馆，拥有世界最大的单体图书馆阅览室，2400个阅览坐席，800万册藏书能力。在这里，临山间，于树下，勤阅览，阅读之美，触手可及，充盈时光。智慧创造文明，梦想连结未来。在元宇宙体验馆，时空穿梭，与鲁迅面对面交谈。数字孪生技术让现实复刻云端，化身数字人进入虚拟的奇幻之旅。智慧赋能，读者服务全链条，智慧升级，书香生活新乐趣。在北京城市图书馆，尽情探索，尽享智慧。
Whether in a book or on a screen or in your imagination, your journey starts at Sonoma County Library. Here, everyone is welcome to access free resources online and in person. Check out up to 100 items at a time. Books, movies, video games, graphic novels, and more, online and on our shelves. Visit us for inspiring events and for help finding the answers to your questions. Libraries are for everyone, and it's all here at Sonoma County Library.
En libros, pantallas o tu imaginación, tu viaje comienza en la Biblioteca del Condado de Sonoma. Descubre recursos gratuitos en línea y en persona y saca hasta 100 artículos a la vez. Libros, películas, videojuegos, novelas gráficas y más. Inspírate con eventos interesantes y obtén las respuestas que buscas. Las bibliotecas son para todos y todo está aquí, en la Biblioteca del Condado de Sonoma.
Thank you. What a brilliant showcase of talent and storytelling. Each film presents a unique perspective on the value of libraries, and it was a difficult task for our jury to choose just one. Now it's time to announce the winner of the IFLA Metropolitan Library Short Film Award 2024. The prize is 1,000 euros that will go toward either travel expenses for the next IFLA World Library Information Congress or for filmmaking equipment, depending on who the winner is, if it's a library or a single filmmaker. The winner this year is 3 families, 3 libraries from Jerusalem. This remarkable documentary, produced by Noon Films in collaboration with the Khalidi Library, Jerusalem and Alif, tells the powerful story of 3 Jerusalem manuscript libraries joining forces to preserve the Islamic and Arab cultural heritage. With its creative and original approach combined with high technical quality, the film captures the challenges of preserving culture in a war-affected areas while advocating for libraries as critical institutions. Unfortunately, the filmmakers are unable to join us today, but let's give them a big round of applause in recognition of their outstanding work. And of course, to all our nominees, your films demonstrate the profound impact libraries have on our communities, especially in difficult times. Thank you all for joining us this evening. We hope these stories inspire you to continue supporting and advocating for libraries worldwide. We look forward to seeing you again next year. And since this is the last activity of today, I also wanted to thank the people that made this possible. Abans d'acabar, voldria agrair especialment al Ministeri de Cultura d'Espanya, la Generalitat de Catalunya, la Diputació de Catalunya, la Diputació de Barcelona, Biblioteques de Barcelona i FESAVID, així com a tots els treballadors que van donar suport logístic i tècnic.
Thank you. Big thank you to all of those who gave us such a wonderful logistic support. Without their help, without their work, this event wouldn't have been possible. So thank you so much.
Próxima.